Live. Welkom to the live stream via live. So, anyways, just wanted to open up the forum here because I know that there's some night owls out there that would probably like to enjoy it, and wanted to go ahead and give you all some updates on what's happening here with the chickens and whatnot, and tell you what I really think. So, first and foremost, when you order chickens from Murray Mcmurray, opt out of the free chick. They are likely to send you an aggressive breed. Unless you get all aggressive birds, don't. The reality is, I now know why all of those birds died. My whole flock, every last one of my hens is dead. They sent me an Americana, a barred Americana rooster. And apparently, you can't keep barred Americanas with any other bird at all, even their own breed. They'll kill each other. All of them. Every last single fucking one. The ginger that was egg bound, she ended up reabsorbing the egg and getting healthy again, enough to be able to walk around, eat, drink, be able to have her balance and all that fun shit. So I said, all right, well, I'm going to put you back in the coop. And I took her back outside, put her in the coop yesterday morning. And she was healthy. She was happy. She was fine, doing well. Went back out there this morning just before going to bed, going to sleep and whatnot. And she was dead. She was pecked to death. The last of my hens. I was going to keep her around so that she could help raise the next bunch. That's not going to work. I'm going to be having chicken soup in a couple of days. Just going to let that bird kind of just sit there and exist for a little while, because I'm so angry right now. I might actually miss when I go to, do the deed. Real bummer that too, because I had already, I ordered 6 very beautiful, very impressive birds. And the first one got henpecked, and I didn't think about it, because I was like, you know what, they're all together. They're all, chickens. Chickens are aggressive birds. It's just the way that they're geared. Didn't think about it. I was like, well, this one's a guinea fowl. I thought for the longest time that, the barred was a guinea fowl because of her markings and whatnot. His markings, come to find out. So I didn't think anything of it. I still didn't think anything of it up to the point where I put the other bird back in the coop. But now looking back, hindsight's 2020. Retrospect is the world's greatest mirror, and I realize now that that bird was killing every single chicken. Wasn't the cold. It wasn't the fucking being egg mound. None of that. None of that killed those chickens. The one that I knew had been killed by other chickens, well, one of the two that I knew that had been killed by other chickens, the one died as a chick, but the other one died as a pullet. And I thought, well, it got hung up, it got stuck. And so, yeah, of course, the other chickens are going to attack it. No big fucking deal. We'll just move forwards, and it's not a big deal. I had no idea that the one chicken in the entire coop that was killing all of the other chickens was the one chicken that I thought, hey, it's a freebie, it's nice, it's awesome. Always look a fucking gift horse in the mouth. Always. Because nothing that is free is ever really free. Always opt out of freebies. Something that I used to have as a life rule. If it's free, it's too good to be true. I should have listened to my instincts. I should have listened to, my decades of experience. Instead, I thought, you know what, it's a new thing for me because, last time I had chickens, I had, let me see here. I had a Rhode Island Red and a Georgia Blue were the two chickens I had the first time. And they're not aggressive birds. So I thought, well, no big deal. This shouldn't be a problem. So as you know, I make mistakes too. The only bird I've got now is the one bird that is not worth a fuck. So we'll be doing catch and cook in a couple of days once I've calmed my mind, because honestly it pissed me off to no end. It made me so mad that I'm at this point where I cussed the motherfucker out just now for crowing, and it's the middle of the night, mind you, where I'm at. It's 10:30. That bird's sitting out there crowing its fucking head off, plucking its own feathers out and crowing its fucking head off like a goddamn idiot. Because it's a rooster and it's got no hens. So now it thinks that, it's the biggest, baddest son of a bitch on the planet. So it's going to just do what it wants to do. Things I did not know before that I do know now. No, I don't wring their necks. Honestly, that's how you get scratched up. That's how you get cut up and you get parasites and shit. The less handling of the birds that you can do, the better. One, you stress them out. You stress out the rest of the birds when you do that. And you can cause them to do what this one's doing, which is plucking and attacking other birds. But on top of that, you can cause the other birds to start reabsorbing their eggs, and they won't lay. Little bit of research, but yeah, found that one out for myself. So I learned that the best way to do the deed isn't to wring their necks. It isn't to cut their heads off, let them run around in circles. That's just That's stupid. Because you get every Karen in the fucking neighborhood going, oh my God, he's a murderer. Nah, best way to do it? I'll show you what the best way to do it is. It's right here. Let the little fucker out and you let them run around for a couple minutes till they're not paying attention to you. And you sight down right on the side of their head and you take it off of their shoulders. That way you're not touching the bird, and none of the birds that you've got otherwise even know what's going on. They have no idea. They're just like, what the fuck? Oh, well. Something happened. So that's how I'm going to do it. Long range. Punk. I'm not dealing with any more birds getting fucking pecked to death. Not because it's harsh for me to deal with, or you know, I get butthurt over animals dying. Life is life, all right. Death is another part of life. It's just a matter of I'm not going through this shit again. I'm not fucking wasting money to have nothing to show for it. Especially not with the price of chickens now. And I guarantee you this. If I get one of those freebie chickens, even though I asked not to, the first thing I'm going to do is use that motherfucker for target practice. So, Murray Mcmurray hatcheries, if you're watching this, please do not send me another one of those pieces of trash. I don't want your freebies. Specifically because this bird killed every single other bird you sent me. All the way through from being a chick, something I could hold in my fucking hand, to being an adult. One after another. A month would go by, another one would die. A month would go by, another two would die. It's got to stop. This shit's got to fucking stop. I'm not taking on another damn aggressive breed. And when I say aggressive breed, I mean aggressive for chickens. Which is saying something because chickens are aggressive. Okay. Reality is that bird killed off the entire flock before I knew it was a rooster. It did not crow, not one time, until all of the hens were dead. It did not act like a rooster, not one time, until all of the hens were dead. The least aggressive breed is actually the other breed that I had. They're called ginger broilers. They're not aggressive at all. They're very docile chickens. They're great to have around. They eat all the different bugs around your property. They're great to have. They don't attack each other most of the time. And they won't attack your other animals. The most aggressive bird, by comparison, the most fucking aggressive bird by comparison of the entire plethora of chickens, other than a leghorn. Yeah, other than a leghorn, is a barred Americana. These motherfuckers literally took me for a ride because I did not know
that was the most aggressive breed. Honestly, I don't know. They might help you. They might hurt you. I don't know. I can't tell you if somebody who has epileptic seizures should have chickens, because after this, I realized that my particular issue, which is I have an extremely aggressive personality. I'm quick to anger, and it takes me a lot to be able to dial it back. That is exacerbated by having an aggressive bird. And it's one of the reasons why I got out of taking care of, several $1,000 parrots and macaws. It's because they're so aggressive. So yeah, I will be in short order becoming a chicken killer. I can't tell you whether or not you should or should not, Ditman. I can tell you this. If you do, don't go for the aggressive ones. They'll exacerbate any kind of emotional traumas or any kind of mental health issues you might have. And I say might because I don't believe in mental illness. I think that epilepsy is a physical disorder, not a mental one, but I digress. So, yeah. You got to understand, I'm trying my damnedest right now to keep my tone level, my head level, because I am really fucking pissed right now. I had a whole flock of the most docile birds there were, and one of the most aggressive birds there were. So, right? Didn't know. I mean, one of y'all actually said something like, if that's a Bard Americana, you should probably keep it separate because it'll kill all the rest of them. Da, 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 da. I didn't know. I thought it was a guinea. And then when it came about that it was a Bard Americana and it started really clicking for me, it still didn't click that motherfucker was killing them all. But, So I was wrong for not separating the bird. Or for that matter, just killing it outright. Because, like I said, you gotta be, specific about the types of birds you get, especially for people like me who are incredibly aggressive and might just, snap on a moment's fucking notice when shit like that happens. So I'm working really hard to hold my aggression back and not take my anger out right now. Because if I do, I'll let them rot. Because that's where my brain goes. It's like, fucking kill it and leave it be. You got to understand, I'm the Bard Americana of human beings. Okay? So, yeah, I'm doing my damnedest to not lose my temper, which is it's asking a whole fucking lot. That bird killed every single one of my chickens. Refuses to go after the rat that keeps on eating all the fucking chicken feed. Refuses to go after the fucking spiders in the damn place, but wants to kill the other chickens. So I've got one specific use for that animal, and that is in a fucking stew pot. After which I may or may not order more chickens. Because I want to get out and train. I want to get out and do some hiking and some outdoorsmanship and some, get out there in the woods and whatnot. And having, chickens, I can't leave the house for very long. I just can't do it because there's the opportunity for predators to come in and destroy the chicken coop and whatnot and get into the chickens and kill them all. Well, it's not really that much of a frustration now, but what can I say? Bridgewater. I can take Houdini with me and we can train together. I can't do that with the chickens. So that's my main issue with why I have not been getting out these past 2 years in training. So I need to do that. I've been needing to get out. It's like, it's this thing in the back of my mind screaming at me, Blaine, go train. Go find a place in the woods where nobody's going to fuck with you and go and be that force of nature that cannot be stopped. You have to get into your gear because the reality is that the shit is coming down the fucking pipe and you're not going to be able to fucking plug it up. It's not going to stop for you. You have to be ready to get the fuck out of the way. That's really what it is. So I need to get out and train. It's been a frustration for me because I've gone through around $500 feeding that bird, feeding those birds, taking care of them, keeping them in relative safety and shelter. And that's not even looking at the amount of mental gymnastics that I have to do in order to not go off the rails with these fucking birds. I hate birds. I just want to put that out there. I do actually hate birds. There's not a lot of creatures out there that I find specific hatred for. Birds have earned that from me. Not specifically chickens, but all birds. The little bastards they've attacked my sheep, they've attacked my dogs, they've attacked my fucking cats, they've attacked my family, they've attacked me. I fucking hate birds outright. So dealing with chickens has been one of those things where it's taken some doing to not just snatch one up and crush it in my hand. It really has. I'm not like that with, rabbits or, for that matter, chinchillas or any other livestock at all. I'm not that way. I can train rabbits, for fuck's sake. How many people do you know that can train rabbits? I can't handle that bird. That one bird. All the rest of them, they're great birds. You know, it actually made me think for a second that I could deal with birds, that I could handle having birds. But instead, that one has caused me to hate birds again, beyond belief. So, yeah, I probably, well, I may or may not do chickens again. I don't know. If I do, they will either be ginger broilers or Buff Orpington or Rhode Island Reds or Georgia Blues, maybe satin. I might get a few satins. I don't know. Maybe some silkies. I don't know yet. It's a matter of I can't handle an aggressive bird because of the fact that I am an aggressive and I'm an aggressive individual. So that's why I don't deal with aggressive creatures. You'll notice Houdini is not an aggressive animal. He is not aggressive by any means. He's actually a sweetheart. One of the nicest dogs I've ever had. I'm the kind of person to snatch a freaking aggressive dog up by its fucking cheeks, by its jowls, and look it right in the fucking eye and say, "Motherfucker, don't you dare." That's what I'm saying. I actually have this issue where I'm a man, damn it. So fuck your butt hurt. That's my issue. Any Hoosiers, I'm gonna get off of that shit because it's making me nutty. What's your question, Ditman? Because I don't know what 137 acres of timber. I don't know what it'll bring. I do know that 7 acres of timber is about 40,000. It's about 40K. Between 40K and 99K, depending on the location, how close it is to the city and whatnot. As far as the wood is concerned, that I couldn't tell you. I wanted to get timber property when a couple years back. I tried to, and that fell through pretty quickly because of dealing with people. So I can't comment on it. I don't know how much that kind of timber would actually bring. Fucking bird. Still bothers me. It's still bothering me. Comtrich. How's about this? Dip man. Go ahead and drop your link. Well, William, let's check it out together. Murray Mcmurray. Right. And share, make screen more. Chrome tab. Hatchling. There we go. All right. Now you can see it. And so that we're clear, this is Murray Mcmurray hatcheries. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and see here. Chicks. Standard going rates for chicks. I don't think they're going to give me a price. In fact, I don't even think they're going to let me scroll. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're not giving me any prices. So let's go ahead and look at some non-aggressive breeds, for that matter. There's pretty close to what I have. Barred Plymouth. It's not the same as the Barred Americana. That's a blue Americana, if you didn't know. Bantams. Buff Orpington. Let's go ahead and look at the Orpington. Okay. They make excellent setters and mothers. They are less aggressive birds. They're really good size. So there's that. For your different, you get lower prices as you buy more. Okay. So just so we're clear, you can do this so that it's actually less expensive if you do it with the unsexed, which is what I did before. But you can also get male or female choice, which is actually a little easier, if I do say so. So that's Buff Orpington. Let's go ahead and check out my personal choice of bird, which, in case you didn't know, this is what I had. These were my personal choice because they are not aggressive birds. They're a Cornish cross. They actually get really big. And they're really not aggressive at all. They're real sweethearts. They don't have livability issues like the Cornish game hens do. They are great to have around your property. They're really actually smart birds too. They're really smart for being chickens, mind you. Here's the going price. All right. And they only sell them unsexed. So as you know, we have $4.55 for 1 through 5 chickens, 1 through 5 chicks. And then it goes down in price, 100 plus. If you order a quantity of 100 or more, it goes down to about $3.52 a chicken. So there's that. They're great birds. They really are. I like these birds. These are actually one of my favorites to have in all reality. So there's that. Unfortunately, damn Barred Americana went and killed them all. I don't even think they even sell Barred Americana for that matter. Not anymore. Nope, they don't anymore. Isn't that some shit? Some chicken shit. They don't sell barred Americanas anymore. Either that or they call them something different. So let's go look at what is the most closely apparent bird to the barred Americana that I have. Because there is a difference. All right. This is the closest one to what I have, which very popular favorite. It's a heritage breed, and they are incredibly aggressive. If you didn't know. And yeah, it's gone up in price. I paid something like $350 for mine. So, hey, Doc. But yeah, I won't deal with these birds anymore. I just won't. This bird is so aggressive that it killed off my entire flock of gingers. And like I said, gingers are really docile birds. From what I have learned through experience, ginger broilers are really docile birds. They're really easy to care for. They are incredibly easy to keep at your home, and they will survive some of the most cold temperatures you could imagine. All right. The one that just recently died from being pecked to death by this little son of a bitch. Well, that bird survived through, I think it was 10 degrees below zero. Shrugged it off like it was nothing with wet feathers. Yeah, so yeah. Incredibly hardy, really good birds to have. They actually do lay. All right. I suggest, that's my suggestion as far as chicks are concerned. If you're going to get chicks, would be to get ginger broilers because they're both really hardy breed. They're also incredibly docile, and at the same time, they're pretty good layers for what they are. They're pretty good layers. They will lay without a problem. Well, for the most part, they'll lay without a problem. Just don't put them in with this little fucker, because this one right here, this bird right here, that they're now calling the barred Plymouth Rock chicken, was originally called a barred Americana. These birds are so fucking aggressive that you can't keep them around other breeds. You can't. They will attack them and kill them outright. Even the hens will. But especially the roosters. But even the hens will kill each other. They'll kill everything else around them. Can't keep them with them. Can't keep them together. They have to be solitary birds. And they have to be solitary birds that are actually kept solitary from the rest of the flock. This is my experience coming out here. So, like I said, this is what I mean by nothing left to lose. This little son of a bitch killed my entire flock, and it was the freebie. Yeah, that sucks, it, man. Sorry, brother. like I said, I had my eyes on a property out there in Idaho, and that fell through because I was having to deal with other people and other things, and having to literally just go along with the flow instead of doing what I normally do, which is fly by the seat of my pants and pray for the best. So, yeah. This one right here, this bird right here is going to be chicken noodle soup pretty soon. That or roasted chicken or something. I don't know yet. But one thing's for certain, this motherfucker is not going to be sticking around, especially if I get other chickens. Mean as fuck. Damn bird comes over and pecks my feet when I walk into the damn coop. Like, fuck off me, you little shit. So, yeah, that's what I've got to say about them. You know, I don't want the freebies, not anymore, ever again. I'll pay for the chickens I get because I want to be certain of what I'm getting, because I know that I'm getting a docile breed that's easy to handle, that I can deal with, and is not going to make me fucking lose my shit. Because honestly, this bird has fucking taken me to the limit of my very limited patience. Woosah. I'm gonna fucking kill that bird. Yeah, exactly who. He's been trying to tell me for months that that bird was the problem. I didn't listen to him because I wanted him to stay away from the chickens so he wouldn't stress him out. Go figure. Not paying attention to the animal that actually tries to talk to me and doesn't lie. I didn't notice the other fucker killing off all the rest of the chickens. If I'm going to do a heritage breed bird, I'm either doing Rhode Islands or Georgia Blues, if I can find the Georgia Blue anymore, because as I said, the blue breeds that they've got here, they don't call them Georgia Blues anymore here, which is kind of weird because this is where I found out about Georgia Blues. Honestly, kind of funny. What did they call them? What did they call the one that's actually Georgia Blue? Blue Cochin Bantam. No, Blue Cochin, not Blue Cochin Bantam. They're Blue Cochins. That's the same breed as the Georgia Blue. Pretty much same thing. They just different names. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking I might get another flock of gingers once I've gotten rid of that one. Because, yeah, that one bird killed all of them. All of them. I was wondering why the one got henpecked instead of me being able to get out there and get it off the freaking place it got hung up. Now I know. Because there was only 2 birds left in the damn coop. Like I said, I gotta stop. I gotta stop because I'm just gonna go fucking nuts with this shit. Right. If you can't work, why graduate high school? If you can't work, then why do this or that? Because the only thing that holds you back is you. Like I said, my choice in getting these birds held me back from going in training. My training holds me back from being a part of the rest of society and trusting other individuals enough to have them behind me without looking at them every few fucking seconds, doing a damn, the head bobble. Just a reality, man. When you get into a knockdown, drag out fight with somebody who's about 3 times your size, and then you end up getting put in a hospital because of it, it'll fuck with you. It'll mess with your mind. I used to be freaking cock strong and head sure, I used to run right at danger. Now I'm the kind of guy who will fucking kill danger first and then run in and find out what happened. So, yeah, I'm already fucked up. I can't deal with large groups of people. I can't deal with. I can't do fucking extremely heavy lifting anymore. Used to be I could pick up fucking trucks by the back bumper. All right, we're talking quarter ton trucks just up off the fucking ground. Make the tires come up off the ground about that far. And that's with a camper shell on top of it. So, yeah. I used to be a really strong dude. I could do a lot. I could work in any field. I could sometimes outlift forklifts. At least in speed, not in weight capacity. All right. So, yeah. That's my life. Literally, in a nutshell. Can't do the jobs that I'm good at anymore because can't keep up and I'm physically injured. I'm physically handicapped. I can't tolerate people's stupidity. That's always been a thing for me, but anymore, it's so much more at the forefront now because of being through that instance. And then on top of that, the fact that in the back of my mind at all times, where's your rifle? Where's your pistol? Where's your pack? Where's your gear? Why aren't you drinking water? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you this, that, and the other? That's what's going through my head at all fucking times. While I'm sitting here talking to y'all on the internet, my brain is telling me, why the fuck aren't you out there making sure that the rain isn't caving in your tarp? My brain's going, is that a car that I just heard go past? Did somebody try to steal something out of my front yard? And why am I sitting here? Sort of thing. 30 different fucking directions at once. So imagine trying to do a high focus job with that. Or imagine, for that matter, trying to sit behind a fucking computer desk having to do a job with that. It'll drive you batshit. There's a reason I don't do live streams all the time. I kind of do them at random, because it's when I have the feeling, when I have the fire lit under my ass, as it were, that I can do this. Because that's my life for you. That's why I do so well when I'm sitting there writing a book, because I'm out of my head. I'm thinking about what's happening in the story. I'm not thinking about what's happening right here, right now. That's why I do so well writing fiction. My previous experiences in life give me a little bit to draw off of and utilize. And my knowledge, which is if we sat there and actually talked about what I learned in, before school, I'd bore you all to fucking death. I already know it. Like, most people don't like math. Most people don't like physics. If I talk physics to my mom, she goes, "Give me a headache." Honest to God. If I talk guns with my mom, she goes, "I want to talk about guns." That's my mom. Somebody who will put forth the extra effort to put up with it just because she's my mother. Imagine what other people are going to fucking do. They're like, "Dude, I ain't got the fucking time for that." Okay. Not mad at you. I used to dumpster dive, honestly. Bottles and cans in California. It's actually where 2 of my arrests come from. Jumping into dumpsters, putting cans and bottles into a plastic bag, and jumping out of the dumpster and taking it to the recycling center to make money. Because at the time, I had just lost my job. When I was working, the one I was working at, that was actually when I lost my job doing the parrot thing. I used to go, that was the only way I could make money. And I had to make my rent. I had to make my, I had to pay for food, and I had to pay for, clothes to be able to do things. I had to be able to pay for washing my clothes. I had to be able to pay for the bicycle to get to and from the freaking recycling center. And so, yeah, I used to make between $40 and $80 a day doing that. So I understand, but I just won't do it anymore. I have so many other skills that I can turn around and use. For instance, I can make swords. I can use a sword. Something I'm good at. I'm actually pretty good at utilizing the sword. I learned how to use a sword. I can teach others to do that. I do physics for fun. There's a lot of jobs out there that they need people with that kind of experience. The physics, the mathematics, the biology, all the different little bits of knowledge that, you go through high school and you think, I'm never going to use that in my life, man. I mean, come on. It's not what I want to do in life. I'm like, dude, do you fucking understand how important that stuff is? You're going to go to college and they're going to offer you fucking social equity studies and a BS to me, which is bullshit. A BS in social engineering. You will not learn physics in college. Do not care what you fucking say. They will not offer that class. They will not offer the class of astrophysics. They will not offer the class of chemistry. You don't get to do that shit. You want to know how I know? Specifically because part of me actually going and having a job was to pay for college. I at one time wanted to be a veterinarian. In order to do so, I had to go to college and I had to put in the hours and show that I knew what I was saying I knew. And I used to offend every single fucking professor that I ever met. I offended my English professor. I offended my math professor. I offended my science professor. I offended my freaking biology professor. I offended everybody because I knew it all already. And they didn't want me there because it was detracting from the rest of the class learning, actually making the effort and feeling like they were doing something. They looked at me and said, well, he already knows it. What's the point of me learning? The point of you learning is so that you retain that knowledge. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to put out there, is that it's so that you retain that knowledge, not so I do. I already have the knowledge. I was just going there in order to get my certifications. Turns out they won't give you certifications if you already have the knowledge. They'll flunk you. I got flunked out of my math class. I got flunked out of my science class. I got flunked out of my English lit class. I got flunked out of my fucking biology class. I got flunked out of my fucking science and physics class. Which, by the way, science and physics isn't something that they offer. It's just something that is part of science. So I consider it to be, I call it science and physics. They call it just science. All right. I got flunked out of every fucking class for knowing what they were teaching us. Mind you, that's how I got honors in high school. That's how I got awards in high school. I knew it before the teacher opened their mouth. So I thought, hey, I'm going to go into college and it's going to be the same thing. I'm going to be able to go and get my certifications and all that shit instead of let me feel like I'm worth it because I'm teaching you something and I learned it a long time ago. And so what I say is the right thing, even though the book doesn't say it. So why then teach us out of the book? Food for thought. It's one of them things that just kind of messes with my head. Like I was excelling in what I did, but because I was excelling, because I was standing out in the class and someone who obviously did not need to be there, they flunked me rather than passing me. It was fucking irritating. I got flunked out of 3 different colleges. 3 different colleges because of that. Go figure. Yeah, like I said, they're a whole bunch of talk. They just want your money. They're not going to do anything for you. They don't think that you should have. They think that, here, give me money. I'll go ahead and I'll teach you what I think rather than what is the fucking curriculum. And then when that's all said and done, if I think you should be, if you have the right politics, I'll pass you. What the fuck? Excuse me, but when I did fucking n plus p times np squared on the fucking math board for this son of a bitch, I swear to God, it pissed me off royally, because I literally stood up there. I was like, okay, what's the value of n? What's the value of p? What's the value of np squared? And then I did the math out there in front of them, in front of everybody. And because he took a fucking calculator and did the math problem in a calculator, and I did the math problem on the board showing all of my work and went back and rechecked it and rechecked it and rechecked it before handing him the fucking pen, and I was 3 points off of his calculator, he wanted to flunk me. To which I turned around, responded, and said, the reason why your calculator is 3 points off is not because I'm wrong, but because your calculator is an algebraic scientific calculator, and they are made to estimate, not to do the actual math. I'm good at math, really fucking good at math. And it's used to be one of my passions. So sitting there and doing the problem on the board, this dumbass literally flunked me for being right. The whole class was up in fucking in an uproar about it. They went and they talked to the dean about it. The dean still backed up the professor. And they all ended up taking a fucking hit for it. I said, fuck that shit. And for the rest of the year, when that class would be coming up, I would miss it on purpose, and I'd go fishing, because I figured 2 fish in the hand is a hell of a lot better than no credits on the book. When it comes down to effort, if I'm going to put in the effort, motherfucker, I better get paid for it. Just a reality of it. If I'm going to put in the effort and I'm going to put the money down, I'm going to get paid. Whatever that payment may be, I'm going to get paid. If you're going to hold me back because my politics don't align with yours, then you do not deserve to be teaching. And that was back in 2006, 2007. Actually, it was 2006. I got my job as a construction worker in 2007. Because my dad knew somebody who knew a guy who was a foreman on the construction crew, and he said, yeah, I'll give you a job. You're going to be the lowest guy on the fucking totem pole. But hey, you show that you got worth, you'll work through it, be somebody else. So I showed I had worth. I worked hard. I was the best on the team. I was the fastest on the team. I was the guy that was doing the shit that the blueprint said to do that nobody else did. And because I was a standout and standalone person, guess what happened? I got laid off. In other words, if you do not conform to everybody else's want and whim, you will not succeed. That is the message that they put out there. Well, fuck you smartly. I just walked off of that bullshit. I'm not going to tolerate it. I don't like it when people do that kind of crap. I worked fucking hard. I put most of my check into Social Security. I went from that job to not having a job to being a security guard and a machinist apprentice to being unemployed to being a hunting guide, a hunting and fishing and trapping guide, to being unemployed and living in the desert with nothing. Just this thing. Survived for 6 months with nothing more than my brain, a rifle, a fucking lighter, a knife, and every now and then my dad would come out there and have a barbecue with me. When I say every now and then, it was every couple of weeks. I was on my own. He'd come drive down, come say hi to me and whatnot, and we'd hang out and roast marshmallows, have a barbecue. You know, I'd cook up some quail or something that I'd shot the day before or something, you know, stuff like that. So that turned into, that was about 2009. The year before, 2008, when I'd gotten laid off of my job, a feller had walked up to me out of the blue, and we were just kind of just standing there talking, chatting. He's like, you know, with all this shit that's going on, I decided to join a militia. And I think that, you know, it's up to you if you want to, Blaine, but I think that you do well. You obviously have the attitude. You have the strength. You have the knowledge. You have the willpower to succeed. The unflinching, the unfettered willpower to continue to go forwards. Why don't you come on down to a meeting one day and we'll get you signed up. I said, all right. So about a week later, walked down to his house, and as he's getting ready to go to the meeting, he's like, hey, bro, hop in the truck. Let's go. We drove to a bar. 5 or 6 guys come walking in. They're all standing around shooting shit. They walk over to us and start chatting to this fella sitting next to me, and I'm having a beer. And I'm just like, mind you, at the time, I'm 19 years old, so I'm not supposed to be having a beer. But there's a dive. They didn't give a fuck. So I'm sitting there, I'm having a beer, chill and whatever, having a good one. And these guys all of a sudden turned around to me and said, so heard you want to join the Pennsylvania Minutemen. I said, what? But we're in California. He goes, yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. That really doesn't fucking matter. What matters is you want to join a militia, and we're offering. I said, okay, let's do it. For the next 6 months straight, we would talk back and forth, you know, phone calls, mail, snail mail and whatnot. And then my dad lost his house out there in Pedley in Riverside, California. We moved out to Blythe, California, 2009. And that's when all that started happening. I got the job as being a hunting and fishing guide and whatnot. And so I kind of put that on the back burner a little bit and started doing that. Once I went into losing that job because you all of a sudden had to have some special fucking permit to do it, I ended up saying, well, fuck it. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'll just try to survive on the skills I've got. So I survived for 6 months on the skills that I had. And then lo and behold, one of the guys had gotten stuck out there in the fucking desert. All right. And he needed help to get out of there and get back to his, you know, back home, back to his whole thing that he had out there on the East Coast. And so I gave him my motorhome. I gave him, you know, a bunch of different shit. And we trained together for the next 6 months. Well, 4 months. We trained together for the next 4 months. and we're picking up people along the way because people had gotten stranded along the fucking road. Picked up people and we went across the fucking country and, used my motorhome as the way to do it. And then got to Florida and he started talking to his buddies up there in Pennsylvania. And we started talking back and forth. And then we got together and started talking, and turns out things needed to happen. And so we went and did things that I can't talk about. So anyways, that's my militia career in a nutshell. Literally cross the country, flying a sign for gasoline. Because I didn't have a job, couldn't stick around long enough to do, a job for anybody. So I had to fly a sign. And for 4 months, all the way across the country, flew a sign, bought gas, drove a little further. Flew a sign, bought gas, drove a little further. Until it was no longer possible to fly a sign. And then we drove straight through and we were pinching pennies and pushing out dimes. And it was an experience, hell of an experience, something that literally helped me to grow up. Oh, by the way, Beaver Valley. Hi. Sorry, I got off on a little bit of a rambly bit there. So when I talk about like the mountain and the tree and, what's the other one? It's the mountain, the tree, and the Ruckin' Rifle. Okay. The mountain and the tree and the Ruckin' Rifle. That's literally what the training was called. Whatever we were doing that day would pertain to one of those three instances. The mountain is basically a survival class, and you have to pass a survival class for every single different situation. Okay. So the mountain would, if he said, we're doing the mountain today, we knew which gear to grab, which was our light packs. We'd grab our light packs, our rifles, and, get out there and just, into the brush and do our own thing. And, we did about 3 or 4 weeks of that in total. So, yeah, that was a class that I excelled at. The tree is physical, mental, and tactical. So we had to learn things, and that's where I talked to y'all about, like the going and climbing up a tree, and then, getting that rope secured and the pulley system, and then getting your gear up and down and up and down and up and down. That's just because it's like, it's easier to say it that way than it is to say, okay, well, we trained about having to be able to tell what the distance was between us and an obstacle. We had to tell the difference between a threat and a non-threat. We had to be able to know, what was basically how to deal with different situations and do so tactically and strategically so that we wouldn't end up ever having to utilize our guns. That was the whole idea. If you have to pick up your rifle and use it, you have failed. That was the whole idea behind the tree. And then the Ruckin' Rifle was the most physically intensive part of the training. That's like, if Drill said, we're doing Ruckin' Rifle today, let me just put it this way. Everybody, myself included, would literally start fucking crying after the second time. It was so labor intensive that I equate it to special forces training. I equate it to doing a 25-mile march, carrying your rifle like this with your backpack over the top of the rifle. And I will show you what I mean. Because when I say physical activity, son, I mean raw physical activity. This is what we had to do for 10 minutes before doing the ruck and rifle. Every time. And yeah, we'd have to march for hours on end, up and down mountainsides, carry boulders. Fucking hell. It was fun. It was great, you know. I had a lot of fun doing it. At the same time, every single night, I was so fucking tired, I couldn't even see straight. Lighting a fire at night was just hell after doing all of that. My shoulders ached, my back ached, my neck ached, my fucking body hurt. I was tired all the time. Jeez, man, it was bad. And mind you, this is little bits that we would do out in the woods in the middle of nowhere after being like in the cities and doing shit there in the cities, you know, like just dealing with, you know, got to get food, got to get water, got to get supplies, got to get gas, got to get cash. You know, it was hell. When I say it was hell, I dare Navy SEALs to try this shit. Go ahead. Go sign up with the Pennsylvania Minutemen. Train with them. See how fucking hard this shit is, and you tell me that it's fucking easy. You tell me that it's easier than what you did. Because I'll tell you right now, it ain't fucking easy. I'll tell you right fucking now that it is harder than anything you have ever imagined. Anything. Dragging your buddies across sand, that's fucking easy, man. Try dragging your buddies up a fucking rocky hillside along with your gear and their gear and more weight because you're carrying rocks in your pack. That's fucking hard. Now, once you're up on that hillside, you got a 5-minute break. Then you've got to do battlefield triage, standard medical procedures, and then get ready to march your happy ass back down the mountain. March down the fucking rocky hillside, whatever, the cliff or across the freaking dunes, through the fucking constant goddamn wind that never fucking stops in New Mexico. It was fucking hell on earth, man. And that's just the militia. That's the real militia. That's not the military. That's not the fucking, you know, these cheese wads that go out there and LARP this fucking shit. No, that's the real fucking militia. That's not the fucking National Guard. All right? I'm going to be very clear. This is not the National Guard. The Pennsylvania Minutemen are not National Guard. They are real fucking militia. They're hardcore motherfuckers that do the shit. So I've heard all of this of, oh, you never did. You're this and that and the other. You're softy. No, fuck your bullshit. I am not soft. And if you want to come and train with me, you're going to find out real quick. I'm going to leave your ass in the dust. Because the reality is, I don't slow down. I don't stop. My focus is 100% on get it done and get it fucking through so that you don't have to deal with it later. Because in our training, in what we had to do, if we didn't complete the course and somebody else had to take up for us, we would have to do it again by ourselves. We learned real quick. You are on your own. You are on your fucking own. Nobody else is coming to help your ass. You are on your own. And if you're helping somebody else, you're the only one who's doing it. So you better make it count. Oh man, I fucking hated Ruck and Rifle. God, that shit sucked. This knot in my shoulder has not left me for at least a decade. I want to tell you that the knot that I was telling you all about when we were doing the karaoke over at Steve's, that knot has been in my shoulder for a decade. Has not gone away. Fucking torticollis every single day. Every time I wake up in the morning, my neck hurts from the freaking base of my skull to the middle of my back. It sucks, man. It really fucking sucks. I spent 6 months total with that group. And I respect those men and women more than you could possibly imagine. If I met them on the street and say they were, down and out and they're sitting there in the gutter, you bet your ass. Fuck all the rest of the bullshit. All right? I'm picking them up out of the fucking gutter and they're coming back to the house with me. And I'm going to have a nice place to sleep that night. Fucking guarantee it. Because we went through some shit together. God, I hated it. I loved it. And I still some days I want to go back and I just want to do it all again. It was fun. It was hell, but it was fun. It was something that was new to me, like ultimately new. All right. My dad used to do sorts of shit like that back when I was a kid, when we go hunting, hunting and fishing and whatnot. We go marching up the side of the hill and whatnot. Fun stuff, go hunting for deer, hunting for elk. And, I had to carry my BB gun. I had to have my own backpack. I had to have all my own gear and stuff. And I had to walk quietly and stalk through the woods and the brush and shit. And just, it was fun. But that was totally fun. It was just a kid and his dad doing that sort of shit. Okay. It wasn't like, okay, no, imagine the harshness, the shit. Imagine you're getting shot at. Now, the drill is sitting at the bottom of the fucking hill screaming at your ass and shooting in your general direction. Live rounds. We didn't train with fucking blanks and poppers. We didn't train with markers. We trained with live fucking ammunition. There's a reason why we shot 22 long rifle. You can carry a lot with you. Anyways, that was a long, hard, harsh fucking time. It was fun, but it was long and harsh. Nowadays, to me, a 15-pound rifle doesn't feel that much heavy. It doesn't. Used to be, if I would have picked up a 15-pound rifle like this thing, I'd have been like, whoa, that's fucking heavy, man. Now, look at me. I'm doing it one-handed. Yeah. 15 fucking pounds. Whatever. Nothing. No big fucking deal. And mind you, that's with a 36-inch trauma suture that runs from right here down to my nutsack. You think for a second that might fucking hurt. Not bad. Not as bad as it would. You realize I lasted 7.5 minutes in a knockdown drag out fight with somebody who was 380 fucking pounds. And at the time, I was 165 pounds, soaking fucking wet. 7.5 minutes of furious punching, kicking, fighting, screaming, throwing people around a fucking house. That happened to me when I got back from all that shit. I was 25 years old. I was actually trying to sign up with the Army. Didn't happen for me, but whatever. Because I had the confidence at the time to say, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. At the time, I really wanted to do it. I was like, fuck it. Let's go. There's nothing you guys have done is going to be too hard for me. Not after that shit. Fucking dragging people up a fucking mountainside. Fuck that. Dude, I'd take the beach fucking, carrying, dragging somebody by their shoulders across beach sand and whatever. That's easy. That really is easy by comparison. Imagine this. When I went hunting back in 2016, all right, this is several years after I had been stabbed and I had already kind of recuperated and never really have recuperated from it, but I got stabbed in the chest, all right? And that's where that trauma suture comes from. 2016, this is 4 years after, all right? I packed out on my back 495 pounds of pork from a river bottom in Riverside, California. After shooting the damn thing myself from up in a tree. And before you ask, did that really happen? There is fucking proof of that one. There's I reported that one to the California Department of Wildlife. I don't have the tag anymore, but they have all of that on file. That's all filed away in their electronic system. So I literally did. I carried out 495 fucking pounds of pork from the river bottoms to my car, which was about 1.5 miles away. Through sand, through river bottoms, up and over the top of Mount Rubidoux. Man, I could actually show you right where I shot the pig on the interwebs here. You guys would trip out like, dude, this guy actually fucking did this shit. It wasn't just some small little fucking feat. I did it. That's why when people tell me, oh, well, you're just fucking lazy, you're just this or that. No, motherfucker, you don't even know. I giggle at people that do that shit. When people tell me, oh, you're saying you did this and that and the other, and you didn't do it. Most of the time I'm giggling at them. Other times they're accusing me of something that I never said. And in that case, that makes me really fucking mad. Because honestly, what they're accusing me of is a crime. Not to mention, I would not take away from what others have done because I did. I would not take away from what others have done because I didn't do what they did. I recognize they went through hell as well. I went through my own little brand. I hated it and I loved it at the same time. I understood the pain, the suffering. I understood back then why somebody going and saying they did that was such a problem, so wrong. Because what I'd done, what I'd already done in my life, it hurt so much to watch other people take away from them, to steal their good faith and willpower from them by saying that they did what they didn't do. That's why I have a problem with folks that go and do that stolen valor bullshit. Because I really did do. I just didn't do it with the military. I did it as a civilian in America. I did it as a man who had had enough. Had been pushed to the fucking limit after losing job after job after job after job, who had worked so hard at those jobs that he knew he earned his fucking point. He earned his pay and still got thrown away. I'd had enough. And then after, I had that rifle and it got fucking taken from me by the police department. You want to talk about something that pissed me the fuck off? Found out exactly what went about that, and they stole my rifle out of my fucking RV. Which, mind you, I wasn't that far away when they did it. I was just across the street at the fucking gas station across the street from my RV at the time. Police car pulls up. Real fucking police unit pulls up, breaks the door open on my RV, goes inside, takes the rifle, nothing else, and then proceeds to drive back to the precinct with it as a confiscation. Since then, I have not been able to purchase a firearm since that day. And that firearm that I purchased was purchased private party. Okay. And was legal. I had all the paperwork for it. I had everything written down, everything set up right and nice. The thing was in my name and everything was okay. Never used it to harm another human being on American soil who was in the action of not harming other people. So therefore, it was never used in an effort to cause harm to anybody. Instead, the police acted against me. These same people who are supposed to be benevolent, that are supposed to care about your rights, violated mine on orders of the ATF. So maybe you could understand why I fucking hate the ATF. They stole from me what should be rightfully mine and still in my possession today. Because I walked across the street and bought a fucking Powerade. Because I wasn't standing there and telling the motherfucker to get lost. So now you know why I carry my fucking rifle with me everywhere. Now you know why it's just an air gun, carry it every fucking where. There's a reason behind it. It's because the people that I was supposed to be able to trust the people that I was supposed to be able to sit there and say were my allies and my friends, committed an act of constitutional treason to aid an overreaching governmental body that should not exist in the first place. So in case you're wondering, yeah, I fucking hate the ATF. Cops, not so much. I've met some good cops in my life. I've met some real dickwads too. But you will never, ever be able to tell me, oh, I'm with the ATF, and actually get a fucking smile out of my face. I'll tell you fucking kick rocks right fucking now. You're with the ATF, get gone. There is no reason for you to be in my face. I don't have any firearms. You took them all. Happy motherfucker. You took a fucking broken bolt action 22. And you stole it. You broke the highest fucking law of the land. And you expect me to sit there and think that you are a legit government body? The fuck out of here with that shit. That's what I think about that. So imagine for a second why I might not approve of any AR-15s are being banned. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It doesn't fucking matter because it's not a law that exists because that fucking goddamn governmental body has already violated the Constitution to the point where I do not expect that I will ever see them as being legitimate. They are not law enforcement. They are tyrants with a badge. Plain and simple. You don't come to my house. You don't come to my front door and steal my things, take my arms, and tell me, oh, it's okay. We're with the ATF. Yeah, you might be with the ATF, but you about to be AMF'd, motherfucker. Plain and simple. I do not approve of that shit no more. Somebody tells me, oh, well, they're bringing up more gun control. That doesn't fucking matter. Their gun control has no teeth. They're going to come to your house and steal them anyways, regardless of whether it's illegal or not. It could be a fully, completely fucking legal bolt action 22 long rifle with a broken extractor. And they're going to come and steal it from you. I carried that rifle across the country. That was my training rifle. That was the rifle that I purchased and was my survival rifle. Saw me through 6 months of hell in Blythe, California, on the Colorado River, with nobody else coming to save me. My dad coming out every once in a while to make sure I was still alive. And then eating the food that I went and I got. ATF stole that from me. And if you ever see a rifle, 22 long rifle, where the foregrip of it, nice wood foregrip, walnut and cherry, has a carving right here. There's a nice palm swell on the carving. The carving has a lightning bolt, a Native American head, and a raindrop. You're holding stolen property. That's my rifle. Just to let you know, because I know they didn't destroy it. I know they didn't destroy it. Hey, Sonny. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, that's in a nutshell. You want to know my history? That's my history. That's down to a fucking nitty-gritty nutshell. That is why I hate the ATF. That is why I do not respect the government in any form, shape, or fashion. No government body. I govern myself because you cannot do it appropriately. You cannot govern me because you can't even fucking do your own jobs appropriately. I paid my taxes. I fucking did my job. I worked my ass off for you motherfuckers. I helped to add to the security of the nation, and you stole from me. And then you called me a terrorist because I was associated with a militia. Think about it for a second. I'm sure it'll come to you as to how much you actually fucked up. Liars, thieves, scoundrels. Every last goddamn one of you, you should be ashamed of yourselves. As a matter of fact, if I were ATF myself, the first thing I would do in the morning is I would go into my boss and I'd hand him my pistol and I'd hand him my fucking badge and I'd tell him, I won't do this anymore. Fuck you. You can arrest me if you want, but I won't do it anymore. God's honest truth. I won't take a gun from another man. I won't take a gun from anybody. If that's your gun, that's your gun. Plain and simple. That's nobody else's. That's yours. You're going to let me shoot it? Thank you. Thank you for letting me shoot it. I'm going to give it back to you when I'm done. As a matter of fact, if you'll allow me to, I'll clean it before I hand it back to you, out of respect for you allowing me to shoot the gun, because it is your firearm. That is why I have a fucking box of ammunition that I don't have a gun for. Because that box of ammunition reminds me of how much I do not appreciate a government body overreaching. That box of ammunition has not had a single fucking round shot from it in the whole time that I've had it since that day. Even though afterwards my dad would let me go and take his pistol out and take it with me hunting, because at the time I only had a little fucking break action pop pellet gun. He'd let me carry his pistol on my hip just in case of coyotes, with a written fucking permission slip, just in case the fucking ATF fucker showed up. I could say, no, I got fucking legal permission, so you can fuck off right now. That is exactly why I fucking hate these motherfuckers. I cannot stand the ATF. I think they should be a fucking convenience store at most. In all reality, they shouldn't even fucking exist. If I were president, the first executive order that I would sign would be to disband the ATF in all of its available capacity. Dismantle it down to the core. And anybody who has been accused of a firearms related crime for the simple act of having a firearm, I would immediately pardon them. Nope. The old man I bought it from, you know what his name was? Bob Hope. Yeah, that Bob Hope. Preacher man from up in Utah. Moved from Utah to Idaho. Had a whole fucking arsenal of guns. He brought that gun and a couple of others with him down there to Blythe, because that's all he could afford to actually move with him. And he sold me that rifle. Sorry. And that's how that came about. He sold me that rifle. I gave the paperwork to the FFL there in Blythe, California. They transferred it over to my name, and that was my rifle. If there would have been anything on that rifle, they would have actually taken it from me the day I bought it. So, no. And I'm, like I said, I'm not mad at you guys in particular. All right. It's the ATF specifically. And that one officer that took it upon themselves to confiscate my rifle and break my property rather than go about it the legal method. Just buy it off of me. Shit. I could have used with the cash to go and fucking buy some more Powerade, man. Middle of fucking Blythe, California. You know, the only time I can actually leave the fucking house, or the motorhome, for that matter, was in the middle of the night when it cooled down enough to be able to do so. So they knew I wasn't at the fucking motorhome. They waited until I left. And that is why I hate the damn ATF. That's why I really fucking hate the ATF. They threatened this cop. I know they did, because I fucking met the guy later. He didn't realize that I knew who he was. He didn't realize that I had seen him do it. And he gave me a ride back to my house from the middle of town. It's actually a really nice dude. Good fella. Turns out. I know they had to have fucking threatened his ass. But it still pisses me off that anybody would be willing to capitulate to that bullshit. Honest God truth. And yeah, California. Mind you, this was a California compliant rifle, so there shouldn't have been a reason for it. There was no reason for it. I left California. I now live in Oregon. Because of that fucking shit, actually. Along with a slew of other things. Turns out that there's this thing about California. They don't like you if you speak out against them. So they will actually target you personally for your political views. I actually can't go back and visit my mom and my sisters without taking extreme risks. My mom keeps my truck in her name just so that California doesn't fucking bother me. Imagine that. She actually goes through the ringer to keep my vehicle in her name. I pay the taxes. I take care of the vehicle. I pay for its repairs. I do all of that shit. I'm the one who drives it, but she keeps it in her name so that they will not harass me, because they've come up with a way to do it so that I can't file a harassment report. They swap out police officers. They pull me over for no fucking reason. Every single time I've been with a vehicle, been in my vehicle that was in my name that I owned, they'd have fucking harassed me. Every single time. I actually got to a point with my old Sunfire when I was living down there in Blythe that the police couldn't pull me over anymore because they fucking would end up having to break that little fucking spiel of swapping out so they wouldn't get a harassment situation. They'd gone through the whole ringer. They'd gone through everybody. So they couldn't pull me over anymore. So since that happened, they called one of their buddies from across the fucking river, and he made his wife total my car. Talk about fucking twisted. These people will go through anything to stop you from speaking. So in that regard, never stop speaking. Be heard. And if they threaten you, then you show them why that's a bad idea. Because they should never have that power. And mind you, there's a lot of folks out there that are saying, oh, well, we shouldn't defund the police and all that shit. I'm like, you know what? It doesn't fucking bother me one way or another. Because the police have never been on my side. Ever. They didn't protect this fucking house when it got broken into by some Anquifer fuck. They didn't protect our home. No. No. They didn't protect shit. This place got broken into. The fucking idiot went and tried to steal the fucking television and ended up breaking it because he couldn't get it through the fucking window. That's why I don't have a TV. This is my mom's house, man. That's why I'm here. Because somebody else broke into her fucking house and decided to try and steal from her. They didn't take the computer. They didn't take any of the other valuables in the house. So they tried to steal a fucking flat screen TV off of a fucking TV mount that my dad gave to my mom before he passed away. It's a pretty douchey thing to do. And they did this shit under the noses of all my fucking neighbors. Imagine for a second why I might be a little bit fucking irate about that shit. I'm not one to sit there and be like, oh, defund the police. But yeah, like I said, they didn't do fuck all. I'm the one who had to come up here and put a stop to it. You know how many times this house has been broken into since I got here? One time. Somebody actually tried to break in. They found out that was a bad idea. This was back when Chad was living here with me. He walked out with this rifle in his hands. Because I left this rifle here in order for him to have something to protect my dog with. Because I had to go down to fucking California, go deal with some legal shit. He carried this rifle out there and scared the ever-loving bejesus out of the motherfucker and ran him off. He called the police. Guess who showed up? I mean, who showed up first? A week later. I don't want to defund the police, but I don't want to fucking pay them for doing a job that they're not doing. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. I'm doing your job. You don't need the money. Food for thought. That's a reality. That's in a fucking small town up in the mountains, mind you, with like fucking 3 cops. Well, excuse the fuck out of me. But what the fuck do we pay you for? And then on top of that, you're going to harass me because I'm helping a neighbor with their problem because they asked me to help them. Yeah, the same motherfucker that would not show up when they were called here for some son of a bitch coming here and trying to steal shit, harassed me for helping another person in this town. No. Miss me with the bullshit. Turn in your badge. You're not a cop. Plain and simple. If I have to be the police officer, you are not. Let's be clear. Mind you, I'm just venting. I'm letting it all out here because the subject came up. The reality is nobody's coming to fucking protect your house. Nobody's coming to protect your livelihood. They're not coming to save you or at all. You're the only one. And the reality is that even an air gun, even a single shot 50 cal air gun is enough to make a motherfucker think twice. Because that dude tried to come into the backyard and steal my dog and his dog. And when he came charging out of that fucking door with that rifle in his hands, he dropped my dog and kicked him. Ran off into the fucking woods. We used to call him GSG, ghillie suit guy, because he came back several times and I could see him in the fucking out there in the shadows, sitting there watching the house. So I stuck around. And that's what barred me from getting my own fucking property. Is this guy kept on coming back over and over and over again. After he'd already been shown, dude, do not fucking come here looking for trouble. You will end up fucking kissing dirt. That's literally what this all comes down to. They won't let me have a firearm because I'll fucking use it, motherfucker. That's what it comes down to. Because you won't use your guns. That's why they let you have them. Because you've never used them. Because you've never shown a proclivity or a will to use them. Talking is one thing, walking's another. It's a reality. That's why I'm secluded to having an air gun. That's why I buy the best air guns. The top of the top, cream of the crop, motherfucker. The best air gun you can fucking buy. I wanted to move. Looks like I'm going to be stuck here for a while. Specifically because once a fucking blue moon nowadays, I walk out there in the back and go out for my cigarette, and that motherfucker's standing on the other side of my fence. And Houdini can smell him and hear him and charges the fence like a fucking an irate animal. Angry out of his gourd because this dude fucking kicked him when he was a puppy. When he was a little bitty puppy. All right? I mean, this big. That's how big Houdini was when this guy fucking dropped him on his fucking side and kicked him. So imagine for a second, there's a reason why I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. At this point, come on, motherfucker. You don't scare me. Really, you don't scare me. And you don't scare him anymore either. You piss him off. He is the sweetest fucking dog on the planet. Unless you have hurt him for no reason. That's how he is. He's the sweet dog. He's a lover. You don't hurt him. You don't give him a reason to be afraid of you. He'll be your best buddy. However, this dumb motherfucker, GSG, every time he comes to that back fence, every time, Houdini's so far up his ass I could fucking hear his ears pop. Hey, American Pride. So yeah, I get mad about it. For sure. You kick my dog, or you even kick at my dog. I'll put it that way. You kick at my dog, I will give you one warning. One. Because if I have to say anything ever again, I'm going to snatch you up by the short and curlies and smash your head into concrete. When all's said and done, I might help you by calling an ambulance. Might. That's how I feel about my dog. I love my dog. That's why I train him the way I did. Because I don't want him to get hurt. I don't want him to do something that's going to end up getting me or him in trouble to where they take him away from me and kill him. If anything were to ever happen to me, I want him to be able to find another home and be adopted. And that's why I am so fucking adamant about the way that I do things. I'm so fucking particular about things and right down a goddamn fucking knife edge about it. Because I've been through these things. I've learned. And what I have learned, I cannot forget. That's why I'm the fucking irate, mean, mad, angry fucking guardsman. Rah! Because the fucking reality is, some dick sneeze is always going to come out the fucking woodwork to try and test your patience. Unfortunately for them, I don't have patience. I'm sorry, Debs. The buffering, there's nothing I could do about it. It really ain't. That's YouTube. That's not me. I'm not buffering this thing. I'm not fucking keeping this program from being heard out there. That would be YouTube. And yeah, I'm pissed. I'm kind of pissed. I just lost my last hen. A rooster killed her. Because of the fact of the matter is that I got sent a rooster and was not told it was a rooster and was not told that this animal was an aggressive breed, nor that, this, that, and the other. It was just like, here you go. So, yeah, I got a little bit pissed and I went off on a tangent. One hell of a fucking tangent to get here. But yeah, this is that's my life. All right. Holding the darkness inside of me and being an upright man and being a good dude because I want to be. And that darkness that I hold inside of me is something that I wish that other people could actually show me they have. Because there's a moment in time that is coming where you need to be that vile individual. There's going to come a time where you're going to have to pick up a hammer and smash somebody's fingers. There's going to come a time when you're going to have to sit there and waterboard somebody in order to get information so that you can protect others' lives. And you can hate me all you want for me saying that. But it's real. It's true. This is what we're going through. This is where our nation is. We need to be these violent people, these rough men and women, civilian or, military, doesn't matter. We need to be. We need to be strong. We need to be disgusting sometimes. We need to be something that acts as a deterrent to others with an interest to harm us. It's kind of horrible to think about, but it's a reality. I'm not telling you to be any different to me than I'm going to be to anybody else. Simple fact of the matter. If I were to take part in this bullshit, this Pantifa fucking bullshit, I would expect for you to come out the fucking woodwork and beat me into a pulp and then ask me what I did wrong. That's what I mean by that. I try very hard to be that upstanding individual, that cheery, happy, smiling guy that just, wants to help everybody. Because I want to help everybody. Can't do it all the time. Sometimes I have to be that evil motherfucker that nobody ever gets to see. Because if they ever got to see, let's just say there's some things I'm ashamed of in my life. Things I've done that I'm not proud of. I played the political bullshittery. I played the fucking craptastic bullshit of following along and patting the asses of the leaders. I don't anymore. Doesn't mean I can't. Just means I try not to. And I definitely don't show it. I do my best to not show it. Because if I showed it, it would actually disgust you. And I don't give a fuck what background you come from. Honest. The things that I can do, that I would do, that I'm willing to do again. Well, let me just put it to you in the ethereal words of the fat electrician. It's only a war crime the second time. So, I need to get out of this funk. I need to You need to not think about it. I think I'm going to go ahead and go back and start writing my book again, because even, if I'm writing that shit down in the book, it doesn't fucking affect my brain. It doesn't affect my mind. It's when I stop and I think about it, about the actual things. That's when I go to a very dark place. And it's normally things that trigger it, like, unwanted death, turmoil, being bullied, being attacked. Watching others be bullied or attacked, mentally tortured, takes me to a very dark place. Takes me to a place where, if you haven't read my books, you don't realize what I'm talking about. So I put a lot of it in there. Not in any kind of factual manner, okay? People, places, things, dates, all changed up so that it's got some sort of semblance of just, not breaking rules and whatnot, and helps keep me sane. But the actions, so like I said, get out of my head. Stop dragging up the past and start thinking about the future. Oh, fuck. A future. That's pretty fucking bleak too. Fucking the China balloon. Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't. I believe it's fucking Trudeau and Biden in cahoots. They're cahooting and trying to hold on to what little tiny bits of power they got. No, you got to vote us back in because we got to fight this war. You mean the war that you're starting? Go figure. These things that are happening right in front of us. Yeah, China's got their rhetoric. But do any of you speak Mandarin? Do any of you speak Cantonese? Any form of Chinese? Can you tell that that is what Xi Jinping is actually saying? Do you know? Because if you do, I want to hear what you have to say. Do any of you speak Russian? Because if you do, I want to know. I want to know what they're saying. I don't speak Russian. I don't speak Chinese. I know a couple of fucking phrases in the different languages. I speak ancient Cahokian. I speak Spanish. Little bit. I speak English. I speak a little bit of German. Teeny little bit. Sprechen Sie Meister Deutsch? Sorry. Just speaking Meister Deutsch. So in case you're wondering, yeah, I kind of couple of different languages, but not the ones that matter right now. We can't tell. Is China actually doing this shit? Are they actually saying this? Is this actually their rhetoric? Or are we just watching some idiot on a fucking television who's talking to his people, and then we're portraying it as something else because it follows a political narrative? Oh shit, I just said the quiet part out loud. You see what I'm saying? I can't tell because I don't speak that language. I don't know. What I do know is that if they come here and they start a fight on our soil, I will be repulsing them. From what I can tell right now, the only motherfucker that needs to be repulsed is this son of a bitch in power, because he's doing it against the American people. People everywhere are sitting there saying, no, we don't need more gun control. We need to have less gun control. We need to have a way for people to get their firearms rights back instead of taking more away. We need to have a method and manner and means for individuals to go out and affect their lives for the better. To teach people that this is how we carry ourselves as adults. This is how we do things as Americans. Have you seen that? Or do you see a whole bunch more turmoil and bullshittery happening in the Congress? Because I see a whole lot more of this. We need to take money away from these people, and we need to do more of this spending, and we need to go and do this and that and the other, and we need to send more money to a fucking country all the way across the fucking Atlantic that I'm not even sure if it's actually fucking happening. I mean, yeah, there's video of it. Not sure if it's real. Not sure if it's fake. Can't be sure. Because honestly, every single one of my videos is real. Every single one of my live streams is real because I don't know how to fake that shit. Go figure. I don't know how to deep fake shit. I don't know how to spoof shit. I learned camera angles. I learned lighting. I learned, photography from my uncle because he's a fucking famous photographer. So doing the videography stuff, I'm pretty good with it, but I can't do editing to save my life when it comes to a video. I can clip out little pieces sometimes. I can stitch different video together. That's about it. I can't deep fake shit. I literally cannot fucking deep fake a fucking thing. So anything you ever see on my videos is 100% real. Raw. Absolute fucking raw footage. Can we be sure that that's the case with all these other people? Can we be sure that that's the case with these government entities that have access to literally endless capabilities, literally endless funding? Use the thing that God gave you that's sitting inside of your fucking gourd. The one thing that separates you from the animals. Your brain. I mean, I'm coming to you passionately. I'm coming to you, being raw and real. But I want you to understand that I'm just one guy saying this stuff. I'm just one guy trying to put this information out there. Think critically. Criticize everything in your mind. Think, is this possible? Then if this is possible, what's the reality of it? See, you could come to my house and watch me make these videos. You could literally sit right here, next to me and watch as I'm looking at the screen talking. I might chat with you a little bit, but the reality is I'm not sitting here deep fake. Yeah, fuck that shit. I want to be raw and real with you. I want you to understand that I'm telling you honest to God truth from the bottom of my heart for reals. Because what else is there? Why do we live in a fantasy world? See, I learned a long time ago. If I want to live in a fantasy world, I can pick up a book. And my imagination will take me there. I used to watch the Reading Rainbow. I was a Reading Rainbow kid. Crack open a book and go on a trip on the Reading Rainbow. LeVar Burton. Yeah. I used to fucking watch that movie, that show. I used to read all the time. I mean, I have a library of fiction material within arm's reach of me even today. Because if I want to live in a fantasy, if I want to actually, take time out and go live in a fantasy, I got it. I don't have time for that. I'm writing fantasy for other people. Well, not fantasy, but fiction. I'm writing it for other people because I consume fiction and fantasy. So why not give it to others? Why not give them that opportunity? There's so many books out there you can read, but I'm just going to add mine to it. Gets me out of my head for a little bit so I can go and do the fucking real things in life without sitting there being like staring off into space, daydreaming and shit. Because it's one thing to daydream. It's a whole nother story when those daydreams start to consume your life. And then they start to bring up memories that are hard to live through. Hard to live through one time, let alone again and again and again and again. So, now if you take anything from this fucking stream at all, it's that one thing I'm trying to tell you is be a human being. Don't be that digital dumbassery. Be the human being. Be you. That's what I'm trying to put out there. Put myself out there. It's kind of a little bit of a help you along. It's the way my dad used to put it, Pat on the ass. Help you along. And before you ask where that comes from, my dad was a football player in high school, and it was a saying that he used to say all the time, and it carried on from his high school. So it's a saying that I say now. At the same time, I played football in high school. I played freaking basketball in high school. I played baseball in high school. So I got a lot of different sayings that I say that are sports related. But yeah, I came on here because I needed to vent. I put out there that the situation with Murray Mcmurray, and be careful when you order your chicks or your pullets about the breed you're getting. If you'd like to come and train with me, I'm going to try and start making I'm going to start trying to make time in the future once I've got a place to go where you can come with me and you can train with me to understand what it is that I do, and push yourself to a limit, to your limit. And let's see here. Maybe we could put together something a little bit more succinct. Now, maybe we can be the honest to goodness American militia that we are supposed to be. And maybe, just maybe, we can make the founding fathers proud. Because right now they're crying. They're watching us. They're looking down on us, crying. Because government, big daddy government, Mr. Joe Biden is ruling all of our lives like a fucking dictator. I still blame those erection frogs, man. Damn erection frogs. They gave me a fucking STD. Now I got a dictator. I mean, I called it back when it fucking first came about. I said, guys, this guy's going to fucking win. And then I said, guys, this guy's going to be a fucking dictator. And go back through my videos, through my live streams, and you can find it. Guaranteed you'll find it. You can go back through other folks' live streams. Any of you who were there during the Dangerous Frredom years, and you'll remember me saying that particular little joke, in fact. Damn erection frogs, they gave me a STD, now I got a dictator. Anybody got some compound W? I got to get rid of this dictator. Fucking genital wart. Anyways. Giggles. Laughs. Haha. Lols. Yeah. For the lols, man. For the lols. If you've got the time and you got the cash, get yourself an air gun, because firearms are going to be a cop magnet. They're going to be a government fucking overreach magnet. It's just going to happen. Get yourself a proper air gun. Take the time and say to yourself, okay, in the event that firearms become a hot topic that will literally get me killed just for even having one. So I have to go and hide these motherfuckers. How can I still protect my home, protect my family, have something that's effective in that? Don't just go out and buy a break action pop gun that's in 17 caliber. It's not going to do the work. It's not going to do the job. Nothing under 25 caliber. And why do I say that? I've owned 22 caliber. I've owned 17 caliber. They don't fucking do the deed. And 25 cal, one round will knock a fucking rabbit dead. One round will knock a fucking deer dead. 25 caliber. Pre-charged pneumatic. And diesel the fuck out of them. Real air guns. Not some pansy ass fucking, oh, I can break barrel Springer. No. Get yourself a 50 cal. And then you'll understand what a powerful air gun is. Get yourself the freaking AEA Zeus, the biggest air gun ever made for production. 72 caliber. You can literally shoot 12 gauge shotgun projectiles. Food for thought. You know? Because the next thing they're going after is black powder. I'm just going to put that out there. Just in case you were wondering, once firearms have fallen, what are they going after next? Let me show you what that looks like. A single shot. Black powder guns. For those of you up there in Canada, if you didn't know, that's where this is going next. That's what Trudeau's going after next. He's already gone after single shot rifles, modern single shot rifles. He's already gone after fucking curio devices where there's only one of them in existence and it's in America. Sorry, in the United States of America. That's just Trudeau. We're not talking about, hiding Biden up there in the motherfucking, the what house. Yeah. These motherfuckers are going to go after black powder next. Once they've done that, then they're going to come after the air guns. Give yourself some buffer zone. Or die on that rock. It's up to you. I want to have some buffer zone so that when they start coming after the one, I know I have about 3 years. So I can get comfortable with being in the woods, so that I can get comfortable with never having another fucking fire, with freezing my balls off in the middle of the fucking woods. So I can get comfortable with understanding that I'm going to have to kill somebody in order to protect my own life and my own effects. It's one thing when you've only got to drop one stupid motherfucker who's marching into your house, or 3 or 4 stupid motherfuckers that are marching into your house in the dead of night trying to steal your shit. It's a whole nother fucking story when it's a government agency and they're knocking on your fucking door with a damn door jack. Boom! Quack bang out. Whole fucking different story. Trust me, it really is. When a government fucking agency decides to show up at your doorstep and take your stuff and shoot your dog and take your effects and life, they are coming in 20 at a time. This is why they don't want you to have full auto. It's because they're coming in 20 at a time. Don't believe me? Let's take a look at that, shall we? I will go ahead and go right here to ScrewTube and pour up ATF training video. Yeah. Here we go. In case you're wondering, I think I'm going to actually have to scroll through this shit to find it. Oh. General discharge. HDC. It's actually something I watch all the time. I'm actually kind of a big fan of HDC. So, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mute myself for a couple of minutes while I clip this. Okay. And then I'm going to present to you exactly what I'm talking about. Please stand by. Here's the clip, folks. Share screen. Hello. Chrome Dome tab. There we go. Make share more. Okay.
These laws. But this is not real. It's a training scenario for the Detroit-Phil Division of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, also known as the ATF. That's the command to instruct these law.
Okay. Like I said, they are training to attack homes. Not to go and arrest these cartel members that are out there fucking dragging shit across the border and fucking bringing illegals in with guns and shit like that. No. Not for the smuggling operations that are happening off of our parts and our coasts. No. They're coming after you, Joe America. They are coming for your guns. In force. Do tell. Why would you allow these motherfuckers to even know you have them? See, that's why I put that out there that I've got air guns. Because they're air guns. The ATF can't actually legally regulate them, so if they were to attack my house, my neighbors know. And they know that the tyranny has actually started in earnest. Funny old world, isn't it? Tactically minded, tactically clinded. That's what I'm saying. Have an air gun that is potent. If it will kill a deer, it will kill a man. It will go right through 5 layers of denim like it wasn't even there. Trust in me now and believe me later. It will do it. If a 22 long rifle will kill a deer, and just so we're clear, more deer are killed in the United States every year by poachers by using a 22 long rifle than any other firearm on the market. A 22 long rifle will kill a deer. This air gun will kill a deer. This is the Hatsan Blitz. Hatsan Auto Invader. Semi-automatic. 1 round per trigger pull. 10 rounds in the magazine. That's the magazine. They are fucking small. You can carry a lot of these in your pocket. Don't need a mag pouch. Don't need some special plate carrier. None of that shit. Pockets. They're fucking awesome. What's more, this gun shoots slugs. Not just pellets, slugs. If, say, for instance, you got a problem with bears, this gun will drop anything in North America and most things in Africa. This gun shoots slugs, not pellets. In fact, if you put a pellet in this gun, you're an idiot. Because you're going to blow the fucking thing up. And you're not going to get any work out of it. That's what I'm saying. Buy an air gun that will do the job. The 50 caliber normally runs around an MSRP of about $728. The Hatsan, the little 25 caliber air gun, runs an MSRP of about $609. About the same price as an AR-15, a nice AR-15, Daniel Defense or something like that. Actually, it's a lot cheaper than a Daniel Defense. I looked at the Daniel Defense, and they're pretty expensive. $1,100 for a firearm. Whoa. And that's nothing by comparison to some of those fucking firearms out there. Holy shit. Who the fuck spends $42,000 on a firearm? Nunky Sam. That's about it. Anybody else ain't got that kind of money. And I recognize that. Those are the top of the line air guns. There's some more expensive air guns out there, but these ones do exactly what those other air guns do. As a matter of fact, one of the other air guns that I would recommend is actually a $2,000 air gun. It's expensive as hell, but it's as light as an AR-15. It fires semi-automatic. It's got the ability to shoot slugs. It's got the ability of interchangeable magazines and interchangeable tanks, just like the Hudson. It's called the Leshy 2 by Edgun. I would recommend that gun. You betcha I'd recommend that gun. Because it's an awesome air gun. All right? Anybody who's watched the Edgun Leshy channel knows that's a fucking awesome air gun. But like I said, they're around $2,000 a pop. They're not cheap. And that's just for the gun. That's no optics. That's no specials, extras on it. Just the gun. So you make your choice. $610 comes with its own sights. $2,000 doesn't come with sights, but semi-automatic, moderated, suppressed, pretty fucking good air gun. Still got to put your own optics on there. If you have a problem with bears or cougars or whatnot, or you want to reach out and touch something at 1,000 fucking yards out there, 50 cal, 45, 9 mil. They make them. That's why I says, get you an air gun. Because they're coming after black powder next, and then air guns are on the table. And they won't stop until they get them all. Hide your firearms away. Notify the ATF they've been destroyed. This is not legal advice. Just remember, I'm just a fucking crazy old salty patriotic bastard. Reality is, have a boating accident. I can't say that one way or the other. But have these others because they're legal. They're unregulatable. The ATF cannot, by their own definition, regulate an air gun. Or sorry, legislate an air gun, because it's not a regulate thing. It's actually legislation. They cannot make rules about it. They cannot make laws at all, but they still do. And this is what bothers me, is that we've allowed Congress to make that fucking bullshit ass law and to continue to enforce it rather than going at them with enough aggression underneath us to reinforce the fucking view a militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And before you say well regulated, that part has actually been to the point of being utilized in the wrong and improper manner. That's why I leave it out. Anybody who knows anything about that knows that regulate means to fucking train. But for the benefit of the dumbass motherfucking politicians, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It did not say if you, but only if. No, it had no fucking caveat whatsoever. No caveat. There is no way to the side of that particular. All Americans. All. Not, well, I haven't committed a felony in the past fucking 10 years. Oh, well, I've never been accused of being mentally unstable. Oh, well, I've never had a negligent discharge while at a range. Oh, well, I smoke pot because I have physical maladies that make it so that in order for me to even stand up straight, I need to have a painkiller, and I can't fucking deal with opiates because they cause chemical dependency. So I can't have a firearm. No. It didn't say any of that shit. It said, and I quote, a militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It's so fucking simple that as a 3-year-old, I was able to tell my dad what it meant. I wish he were here to back me up. Unfortunately, he's gone. He died because alcoholism. Does that mean that I think that the fucking ATF should regulate alcohol? No. Fuck no. No. I think that people should be educated about alcohol and leave it at that. If they want to destroy their bodies and their minds and their lives, that's up to them. My dad chose to drink himself to death because he was depressed. Because he'd lost his dad, he'd lost his mother, he'd lost his wife, he'd lost his love. And the only one that even chose to stick around him in those harsh days was the son he never wanted. Think about that for a second. That'll fuck anyone up. That'll make anybody drink themselves to death. You know why I stuck around him? Because of everybody in the fucking goddamn stinking ass country. The only person who would hand me a firearm and say, Blaine, I trust you, was my dad. My own fucking uncle, his brother, told me to my face, I hope that you never have a firearm, and if it was up to me, I would make sure that you never have one. Yes, his own flesh and blood. Think about that for a second. Straight up said that shit to my face. Knew that I had had my firearm taken from me unlawfully. Knew it was a sensitive subject. And I withheld my angst except to tell him what I thought about that. I didn't put hands on the man. I didn't snatch him out of the fucking driver's seat of the van right then and there and start beating the snot out of him with his own fucking steering wheel. No. That's not what I did. I said to him, if it was up to me, you would never be able to vote again in your life because you wish to take away my right to keep and bear arms. Plain and simple. And I left it at that. So when people sit there and they try to tell you that folks like me who have a history of aggressive behavior, folks like me who smoke pot because I won't take opiates, I refuse to. I try not to drink myself to death. And I need something to kill the pain. Because honestly, you imagine being gutted like a catfish and then stitched fuck back up. Tell me how the fuck that feels after you've healed. You don't want some pain relief? My quality of life goes to absolute shit when I don't have pot. Is what it is. They overturned that. It's challenged in the courts again. But that doesn't fucking matter. Because anything that they can use, they will to try and take away what they can from you. Every law that has ever been made in the history of the United States has taken away rights of the people. Every single law in the history of mankind has removed a right from an individual. There's a reason why I'm not a big fan of law. I believe in natural law. I believe if you come to harm me and I drop your ass dead, I shouldn't be the one to pay for that. You should be the one who's sitting there fertilizing the grass. And that's the reality of it. I don't go out trying to harm people. There's been a lot of people who want to harm me for no other fucking reason than they don't agree with me. Or they see me as somebody who's weak. Or they see me as somebody who looks too much like a cop. Bruh, if I was a cop, for one, I would not be fucking hanging around your ass. You're a criminal, outright. Two, if I was a cop, do you think that I would have the need to even do all of this, to say I need a firearm, to go and fight so hard to have a firearm, to fight so hard and then lose and instead have to find another way around? Because you know where all this started from? I wanted to go pig hunting. Literally. That's where the whole spiel of me not being allowed to have a firearm became a problem. I wanted to go pig hunting in California with my dad. It's the whole reason why he wanted to move to California. Go hunting wild pig. Wild boar out there in the sticks, in the boonies. Shoot him with a big old 357 Magnum in his hand. Go shoot one with a bow. That's what my dad wanted to do. I wanted to go and do it with him. Because I loved hanging out with my dad and hunting. It was our favorite pastime. I got no problem with working my ass off. At the time, anyways. In order to be able to afford outings like that. Fun stuff like that. Now, forget about the fact that my dad's dead. It's a day late and a buck short. I can't fucking, just drag him out of the urn. Doesn't work like that. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, motherfucker. Simple and plain to you. My old man's gone. I will never get the opportunity to hunt with him again. My entire childhood was taken away by one little scroll on a piece of paper by a bunch of fucking politicians who had never met me. Didn't know who I was. Had no idea that the law that they put in place could be misconstrued and taken out of context and utilized because of a political whim. Or maybe they did and just didn't give a fuck. Whatever the case may be, I've never been able to get a firearm. All the way through my childhood, all the way up through my adulthood. The one gun I could actually fucking get, I had to buy from a private purchase. From a fucking celebrity, no less. Because of how hard it is to actually buy a firearm through the fucking FFLs. You see how difficult that stupid fucking spiel is? Fucking Meshuggah motherfuckers. It really does piss me the fuck off. It makes me goddamn irate that somebody would be willing to allow this shit. I mean, you see what I'm going through. You understand why I'm angry. I mean, I wouldn't be angry if it wasn't for these things. I might get pissed off if I stub my toe and be like, fuck it. I just stubbed my toe, whatever. I might get pissed off at somebody slamming the door too hard and I got a headache. Okay, whatever. But I'll tell you this right now. I would not have a fucking titanium plate in my skull and a fucking bar of titanium holding my jaw together if that were not the law. And it's because people went and capitulated when I was too young to vote on something. People were too willing to allow things to happen when I was too young to stop them. So think about that. Especially nowadays when you look at these kids that are being forced, not just fucking, coerced and played like a fucking drum into changing their physical sex, their gender, because of some fucking kindergarten teenager fucking whatever. Back when I was going to school, if somebody did that shit, that would have been called a sex crime. That teacher would have been drug out of that fucking school and into a goddamn cop car and taken to jail. Slapped with a pedophilia charge. But no. Today, that's not just acceptable. They do it to people who don't want it. And y'all sit there and say, well, they're felons. They shouldn't have firearms. Really? So, because somebody made a mistake when they were younger and were not as intelligent or as experienced, maybe had a moment of weakness in their logic and reason, or perhaps were forced into doing something that they did not agree with. We can't allow them to protect their own lives now. We can't allow them to go out and enjoy things now. We can't allow them to go and learn about these things because some idiot at one point in time did something that scared a bunch of people. Right. Y'all voted for this. I didn't. I'm 35 years old. In 1994, when they passed the omnibus crime bill, I was in first grade. Second grade. Yeah, second grade. I was literally in school. I was buying books out of the Scholastic program. I was using my leaf raking money to buy shotgun shells for my dad so we could go duck hunting. Yeah. Boy. Imagine for a second. Well, I might be mad. I got goddamn good reason for it. Shit was stolen from me before I ever had a chance. Shit was taken from me before I ever even knew it existed. At the time, I thought, well, no big deal. You know, there's still bows and arrows. There's still air guns. There's still black powder guns. I guess, you know, maybe I could still get along all right. That's what I figured at the time. Now I'm looking back at it, I'm like, well, my dad told me straight up, straight out, he voted against it. My mom told me straight up, straight out, she voted against it. I can't be sure because I wasn't in the fucking booth with them. But that bill still passed. And I know that there was a lot of felons that were really fucking uptight and pissed about that. Could no longer have a firearm, own a firearm, even in their homes. And then 5 years later, California votes on the Baker Act. Because a shooting happened at a school where a young man had a mental health issue that was not taken care of. And I say that with absolute hilarity. Mental health issue. He had situations and problems at home and had not the proper upbringing because his family had been dissolved. And so he was bullied intensely. And because he was not allowed to fight back with his fists, he took a fucking MAC-10 and a couple of Glock pistols and went into the school and shot a bunch of people. So the Baker Act came out, California. And now anybody who's even accused of a mental health violation, mental health issue, can never have a firearm again in their natural born lives. Imagine for a second, I might be a little pissed about that too. Because just being angry is not a reason to take somebody's gun away. If they're angry or if they're distraught, maybe just tell them to holster the damn thing. Put the gun away. Let's go talk about it, have a beer, sit back, chill, relax. It'll all go away. It'll be better tomorrow. Kids that are having trouble in school with a bully or something, instead of teaching them, just run away and tell a teacher. I was about, no, fuck that bullshit. Let's go get some boxing gloves. Give those two kids some fucking boxing gloves and let them go at it for a couple of fucking hours. One of them's going to toughen up real quick. And the other one, I'm going to get their ass whipped. That's the way I think about it. Because when I was a kid, I got bullied like all you cannot believe. I went to the fucking teachers in the school. I went to the principal in the school because that's what I was told to do. And it did Nothing. They weren't pulled out of class, removed from the class, and taken to another classroom to do their schoolwork. No, they were pulled out of class, told don't do it again, smacked on the wrist, and then sent right the fuck back in. So I had to deal with that for the rest of the day. I stopped telling the teachers because it did no fucking good. I started beating bullies' asses because it did no fucking good to tell anybody about it. So I got sent to juvenile hall because I put a fucking kid in the emergency room because he was fucking bullying the shit out of me. Then a week later, I put another kid in a fucking emergency room for grabbing my girlfriend's ass. Yeah, I was in middle school. I had a girlfriend. And I was also a nerd. I was also a short fucker. Made me easy to pick on. Until they realized maybe we shouldn't pick on this kid. But by that time, I was already in juvenile hall. Because I was forced to taking ass beatings because they would not do anything. And so I finally ended up having to utilize what my dad taught me when I was a little fucking kid to show these people why you do not bully people. I couldn't take a gun into school. I couldn't take a knife into school. Couldn't take a baseball bat with me. Couldn't take a fucking sledgehammer. No, I had to do it with these. With these. With this. And I stuck my foot so far up that motherfucker's ass, to this day, he still has a little bit of trouble running a straight line on the football field. And so as we're clear, that's where it all started. That's literally where all of this evolved from. You can't have a gun because you are too quick to anger. I became too quick to anger because you would do nothing but sit back and go, that's not okay. Don't do it again. Instead of grabbing that motherfucker by the fucking short and curlies and then marching his ass to the fucking principal's office and calling the fucking goddamn school officer and having that motherfucker arrested. No, we're not going to do that. We've got it on camera that this motherfucker's doing it, but we're not going to do that. Why? Because kids get bullied all the time. Whatever. Oh, but you can't fight back. That's not okay. We can't let you fight back. This is literally what caused all of this shit. Adults not being adults. Taking fucking responsibility for the problems that they caused. And y'all come at me saying, well, Blaine, you can't say that. Excuse the fuck out of me. I just did. And I ain't taking it back. Because I'm going to speak the truth to you. It's all because one asshole bullied me. And I said enough. It took a few ass beatings. You betcha. It took 2 suspensions and an expulsion from that school. I still graduated from the fucking school because they still passed me. I still had enough credits to pass. Funny enough. Matter of fact, I still had to fucking enough credits to pass with flying fucking colors. But I wasn't allowed to stick around and take part in JORTC because, yeah, I fought a bully. Wait, we don't want tough motherfuckers like that in our military. What? I'm sorry, what? We don't want tough motherfuckers in our military? We don't want to have them in those military programs in school? We don't want to actually reinforce, do positive reinforcement for being upstanding people who, try to actually do their schoolwork and get things done right and follow the rules appropriately. We don't want that. No, we want fucking strawberry fucking pink goddamn hair fucking transvestite women and men running in our fucking military, doing the fucking shit in the military, and then getting pissing and moaning, and everybody gets fucking sharped when they can't fucking go and do their fucking right. No, that's what we want in our military. No, we want the tough motherfuckers to be fucking held down. Okay. Yeah, that's what we want. This is why I can't fucking stand that bullshit. We want the fucking pussy ass motherfuckers who can't do a goddamn thing in our military. But the tough ones, the ones who are strong, the ones that are the best and the strongest, fastest, the ones who won't give up even though they have a fucking asthma attack on the fucking 3.5 mile run that they have to do around the fucking PE field every single goddamn day. They have an asthma attack, but they get back up and they fucking run that fucking shit because they're not going to put up with failure. We don't want those people in the military. No, we don't want those guys in the military. We want the pansy asses. The ones that if the fucking gun blew up on them, they'd be looking at their nails going, oh, I broke a nail. Instead of going, we're good. Frag out. It's like, what the fuck? Logic and reason, people. Smart motherfuckers actually sit there and go, well, we got to be more inclusive. Really? I must be a stupid son of a bitch then. I don't think we need to be more inclusive. I think we need to look for what's actually necessary. Look for the qualities that already exist. Because, I don't begrudge the pansy asses living. Beautiful mind and all that, You might be smart and you'd be able to do something that, helps the civilian world. That being said, do I want your bubblegum flavored fucking hairdo in my fucking ranks? Hell no. Do I want your fucking Dior perfume bullshit up my fucking nostrils? No. I want you to be that stinky, dirty, raggedy motherfucker that's getting the goddamn job done because that's what matters. So miss me with that fucking bullshit. I am so goddamn sick and tired of this fucking political hoopla. It's what it is. And I'm sorry to be bringing out these Jewish words on ya. But these mashugana motherfuckers ain't got the chutzpah to actually get the shit done. Imagine for a second, I might be a little bit pissed. There's a reason behind it. We have forced the strong to become the weak. We have forced the weak to do things that they do anyways. Makes no fucking million. It makes no goddamn sense. Yeah. Good luck. I wish them the best. It's not the place to be anymore. Strong men don't join the military. They pick up a rifle and get the shit done. That's the fucking reality anymore. It used to be strong men join the military. Weak men join the fucking local bingo club. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up too. You know, you choose an MOS, you expect to fucking do that MOS. You don't expect to be told, oh no, you can't. They gave you the opportunity to choose it. Where's the target? Well, obviously I'm over it. I'm just joking. But anyways. Yeah, it's a matter of targets all over the fucking place. It's moving. And we are, sadly enough, shooting blindfolded. That's literally what it is anymore. So, you know, there's things that I wanted to hash out, and then now there's, you know, just the rantings and ravings of a madman, and so y'all are more than welcome to enjoy the Frredom Forum and all that. It's just a matter of I'm sitting here just ranting like crazy because of the shit that I've been through in my life that has made me so goddamn irate that I'm fucking finally at my wit's end, and I'm going to just make it a different way. Work it a different way. I'm going to live my own fucking life the right way. Because listening to these dumb motherfuckers with their, you can't say that. You can't do that. That's not fair. Motherfucker, life ain't fair. And I'm going to say whatever the fuck I goddamn well please. It's called the First Amendment. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I goddamn well please. Because the reality is, I'm my own person. That's pretty fucked up, Garrett. Yeah, there is not one thing to go after. You're absolutely right on it. It's just a matter of we ain't got a target, so we've got to sit there and be like, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're surrounded. That simplifies things. We can attack in any direction. Food for thought. It simplifies things. We can attack in any direction. In other words, what Chesty was trying to say was, don't be frustrated, guys. Just point your guns and pull the trigger. At some point in time, you're going to hit something. And that's really what he was talking about. It was a matter of they were all surrounded and, fucking Chinese coming in from all sides. Asses and elbows, boys. Let's go. Literally what it was. It's like, hey, we're surrounded. That simplifies things. Take your gun, point it outwards, and when you see something, shoot it. That's what I'm talking about. Don't be frustrated by it. Yes, I'm frustrated. I'm angry. And I have nothing to point this anger at. So, I'm going to wait until I see movement. Then I'm going to slowly squeeze that trigger and let that anger unleash. That's the whole idea. Yep. Everybody who's in Germany or Italy, they're taking them away. Shit, they did it. They did it back when my sister was in the Navy. She went and she sailed around the world on Nimitz. She's a combat mechanic. I mean, not combat mechanic, aircraft mechanic. AVC. That's what she did. So, they took away, well, they didn't take it away from her. Basically, she backed out after they kind of fucked her over. But yeah, same diff. Just a different day. She joined up in, back during the Obama days, actually. Funny enough. Jeep. But yeah, she joined up back in the Obama days, and then she got out just as Obama was leaving office, and Trump was about to come in. But back before we knew it was going to be Trump, she saw the writing on the wall with Clinton. She's like, fuck this shit. I am not going to be in a military where Clinton is. Where she's president. That's not happening. I respect my sister a lot for that. Honestly. She's like, fuck this shit. I'm out. I will not serve in a military that is this fucking convoluted. So I respect her for it a lot. And I don't know, maybe one day, one day she'll go back or something, or one day I'll get drafted too. It's just the way it is. I look at it that way. It's a matter of she's in the Navy Reserve. I am militia. I'm a Minuteman. And if the draft calls to me, I have one option. Stick my ass in a freaking army. Yep. That's literally what's happening. Like I said, they haven't pulled out the draft notice yet. All right. However, my name is actually at the top of the fucking list. My name is Blaine Price, BP. And it's an alphanumeric system. Basically, your first name and last name
in alphabetical along with your age. And the further up in age you go, the closer to the top of the list you go. Yes. And there's nothing we can do about it because there's no direction we have, like you said. It's a real bummer, but that's the way it is. It's always been for the militia. We can't fight what we don't know is the enemy. Until the enemy shows itself, we can't fight. Yeah, and obviously, yes, red flags go up. We need to be on point with this and keep on watching because the enemy will show themselves very soon. Pardon me. The enemy will show themselves very soon. You will see them for who they are, where they are, and what they're doing, and they will not be Americans. Biden's dumbass, I don't fucking care what anyone says. That man is not an American. He's a fucking traitor. Fucking Benedict Arnold. Fucking goddamn fucking taste in my mouth. Blech. There's nothing we can do. Like I said, we don't have a target. We're over the target. We know that we're on point, but we can't tell what we're shooting at, so we can't release any fucking rounds downrange. When that first round goes off, you be ready. I need a fucking cigarette because that fucking knot is actually creeping up the back of my neck and into the top of my skull here. So I'm going to take you with me and we're going to go outside. And as per usual, rifle on my back. Yeah. That's something. Buddy I had when I was back in middle school. Actually was my best friend in middle school. Yeah, boy. He served with the 173rd Ranger Regiment. And he died over there, Afghanistan. Or not Afghanistan, Iraq. One of my best buddies from middle school. Honestly, I don't know what to tell you. When it comes down to it, there's just nowhere to go, no one to go and turn to. It's you, me, and them. I'll do my damnedest to try and do right. I'll work however hard I can to try and find people, you know, be a good person. And just for shits and gigglies, I'm going to go ahead and stop the cam here so that you're not looking at my ugly mug in the dark. It kind of looks weird. There, that's a little better. Ooh, shit. Set that down so I can roll me a cigarette. Dog out. Go on, Hope. Best all thing. Yeah, they did. So maybe we should be paying really fucking close attention now. Because when the Army and the Navy and the Marine Corps stop asking for volunteers, that means that they don't want volunteers anymore. What does that tell you?
Why do you think I'm talking so much about the draft? My draft notice hasn't come in the mail yet. But that doesn't mean shit. I might not get a draft notice, you know that? They might show up in the Army car and come and pick me up. Honest to God, that actually might happen. Some folks don't realize it, but some of us are a little bit more highly sought after than others and would be more obviously tracked down and taken rather than just simply drafted. I expect that's what's going to happen to me. I've always had that kind of an expectation. I've always thought, that's how I'm going to end up in the Army. Especially with, my injuries and whatnot. And regardless of my willingness. And trust me, I'm not willing to serve under Biden. I remember back when Joe, dog out. Go on, get out of here. I remember back when Joe reversed the decision by Obama to pull our troops out of Iraq and Afghanistan. I was actually sitting in the recruiter's office when I saw that notification come up on my cell phone. Believe it or don't. Back in 2012. That was actually the day that I went into the Torrance Army National Guard Armory to sign up with the United States Army National Guard. And Staff Sergeant Greg Erholzer was my recruiter. And I honestly, I just needed a place to live. I didn't care. I was willing to go and do it. So they, I went through that rigmarole and they said, okay, well, you've got the time limit until January 1st. And so I wanted to spend Christmas with my brother before I went and joined up and went to MEPS and all that. And that's right before I got stabbed on January 22nd. I mean, no, not January, December 22nd. Sorry. I was there for Christmas. Over Christmas, I was in the fucking emergency room in the ICU. Because I would not run. See, I'm a firm believer in the saying, in the words, these colors don't run.
And that's why if they come and they show up with the daggum army car, or the draft notice shows up for me, I'm not running. The only way that I won't show up if that draft notice shows up is if my mom gets the draft notice and keeps it from me. In which case the army car will show up. So as you know, I'm not an idiot. I do know what is ahead of me. And I know what's ahead of us all. And this is why I've been trying to push people to do that, to get ready. Because whether or not you're in the military or you are military capable, you are militia. You're an American. And the militia is literally the Army Reserve by all intents and purposes. Just without the nice cushy paychecks and benefits and the ability to call yourself a veteran once you pass the age of 65. Or sorry, 35. So in a year, if I were in the Army National Guard Reserve, fucking funny how that works. I knew this day was coming. I knew it. Honestly, I'm just sitting here waiting for that draft notice or that army car to show up. In all reality, that's what I'm waiting for. Because I know it's coming. My previous time in the militia gave me some small shred of experience. So I know that, push come to shove, I'm going to be one of the first ones they come for. That's something that Staff Sergeant Harrelser actually told me. No matter what happens, if things should fall through with MEPS, stay ready. Because one day we might call on you. That's literally what he said to me, and I have never forgot those words. I stayed ready. Because I knew that while it might not be under Obama, it might not be under Trump, hell, it might not even be under Biden. I knew that they might come to find me and make me do in which case here I am if you need me. Because I ain't running. I don't run from anyone or anything. Dog out. Go on, Houdini. Best all thing. I don't want you breathing in cigarette smoke. But yeah, if they call on me, I'll show up. Not that they would, but they will. One day when I feel comfortable that they're not going to, when I least expect it, that's when they will come. On that day, well, I got nothing left to lose. So I'm not running. I'm not scared. I'm terrified, but I ain't scared. I'd rather run towards than away from. And so, of course, they're going to come to me. That's just how it is. I'm not mad. But I know that that's how the reality of it. That's why I stayed in all right physical shape. And I have never backed down from my patriotic duties. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what? I really wouldn't be surprised if Sergeant Harrel's the one that actually shows up in his fucking banana boat. I say that as a joke, but yeah. Yeah. When he told me something was coming, I said, yeah, I'm already here. That was back in fucking 2012. Here we are, 13 years later, 12 years later, 11 years later, whatever. I'm not running. Like I said, the Army comes for me. I'm ready. So what's it going to be, basic or AIT? You know? What's it going to be? You're going to have me on a fucking... The old Yeetus Deletus, you know, the high rate of fire bloop tube? Or are you going to have me on the tree chopper? Or are you going to have me on the single shot, put it all the fucking way out there? Doesn't bother me. I'm not running. Not running from it. When I was a young man, I was taught, here I am, Lord. If you need me, I will go, Lord, where you need me. Ask what you will. So when I became an adult, I had that I will never back down sort of mentality. I recognize that, back then when all that went down, being as badly injured as I was, the Army would not accept me as a volunteer. I would have to wait for the draft, if the draft came. Believe it or don't, Bonnie, that's exactly what that's what the staff sergeant told me. That's exactly what the staff sergeant told me. We need everyone with skills right here. Maybe you'd be better off staying in the militia. I said, sir, I've already done for the militia. I would rather do what more I can do and be all that I can be. So when all of that happened, it was kind of a heartbreak for me. Got no problems with it. I'll do what I got to. The only stipulation that I have ever put on any of that is that because of what has happened, I can no longer go to them. They have to come to me. They have to tell me I have to go, not the other way around. And we are back indoors. Oh. So, yeah. In case you're wondering, that's it in a nutshell. If the Army wants me, they know right where to find me. They know what to do. They know how to get me there. I just sit back and go, all right, whatever's clever, when you're ready. Till then, I'm a militiaman. I am a Minuteman. Hopefully, it doesn't come to that. Hopefully,
I'm laying the hopium on thick here. It's all unicorn farts and fluffy bunnies and puppy dog dreams. That's never the case. So I'll be ready when they are. Till then, like I said, Minuteman. I'll do what I got to. I'm the kind of guy that was, I was brought up in a Navy family. So I've got this whole yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am sort of thing about me. When somebody tries to tell me not to say that shit, it just doesn't click. They tell me, if you're going to say sir, then you have to say the rank afterwards. I'll say the rank afterwards, but I'm still saying sir. Because the reality is that I was taught before I ever even thought about joining the military. If a man is talking to you and that man is your senior or better, you always start with the respect of calling them sir and end with the respect of calling them sir. You make it click, clean, and succinct. Because that is who we are. We are Price. We are Smith. This is our land. This is our home. Yeah. It's time to start questioning shit. Sure. It's a matter of, for like you, Garrett, you're at that age range, right? Where they could show up on your doorstep tomorrow. You've been summoned. They could show up at your doorstep 3 years from now. You've been summoned. Here's your notice. For me, well, they just recently extended it, so it's till 46, I believe now. But when I signed when I did the whole, the Minuteman program, you sign the paper in case of a draft, and the standard reserve, and then if there's ever a draft, they send the paper to your house. And just like everybody, I had to do that. But yeah, I've gone back in and I renewed it and I renewed it and I renewed it and I renewed it until the time I was about 20, 21. And then I stopped renewing it because the whatchamacallits, the recruiters told me that I didn't need to anymore, that it was already in the system and that I didn't need to renew it. And so I've never gone back to renew it. But that doesn't mean anything because they could show up right now, my front door. Here we are, 2 a.m, where I'm at. And show up at my front door, Mr. Price. We need you. Go grab your gear, get a shave on, clean your fucking stinky ass up. Your ass is going to the freaking MEPS so we can know where to put you. They could do that. No bullshit. You never know when it's going to happen. You never know if it's going to happen. You just know that it can happen. This is a reality. Something that especially men, but also women now have to live with. And it's a reality. And this is why I keep on telling people, if you haven't gone and trained with a militia of some form, just the local militia group, your local local yokels that go out there and they train every single day and have fun and, just go shoot the shit and fucking go mag dump into trash or whatever. If you don't do that, or if you don't train yourself at least, you're going to be in for a really rude awakening. Because that's how this is. That's how this works. They don't wait for you. It's up to you to wait for them. And yeah, I've been having a lot of military aircraft flying over the top of my house. Ooh, I'm going to sit back here and relax for a minute. Yeah. That I might end up getting fucking shipped out to Tillamook. It's close by. It's the closest army base. They might ship me to Tillamook. They might take my happy ass all the way fucking back to El Segundo, for fuck's sake. I don't know. That's literally a reality. They might not show up at all. That's the one that I pray for every day. Because the southern border was a fucking wake-up call for me. The southern border was a scary situation. Still is, but not as bad as it was. The reason why I say that is because they don't have to come over here, shooting at Minutemen anymore. We have to let them walk right past. Thank you, fucking Joe Biden. Yeah, fucking retard. I have distaste for that motherfucker. I do. Does that mean that I would not serve in the military if the military came to me and said, you've been drafted? Fuck no. I'd rather run headlong into combat with a gun in my hands than sit my happy ass in a fucking jail cell. So let's be clear. The draft happened. Here I am. Let's go. I am not scared. You cannot make me scared. I have faced down bears. I have faced down moose. There is nothing that scares me. I've been out there just outside of Moon Base when they were dropping ordnance and doing the sniper trials and stuff.
out there, and I was doing my thing, doing the militia thing, whatever, and they're flying helicopters, and the Pale Riders are coming over, and the fucking the Ospreys and F-18s are flying right over the top of the house and everything, man. So yeah, moon base 29 Palms, both of them. Been outside of them, never been in them. But that's how it works. Militia's on the outside, military's on the inside. We work together, kind of keep that happy little cohesion. But like I said, it's not going to stop, and it's not going to stop me. Yep, lots and lots of red flags. You're right. All I know is that it will be a cold day in hell before I run away from somebody trying to do harm to those I care about, or to me. And you can bet your fucking bottom dollar on it. You take that shit to the bank. It's collateral. I guarantee it. I'm not running. I got nowhere to run. Wouldn't do a damn bit of good anyways. I've never been one to run away. I run towards. I run towards threats, and I ignore people who sitting there just jacking their jaws out the side of their neck. I ignore it, because honestly, that's all that you can do. So, yeah, well, that's the reality of it. If you want to know about the way I feel about the draft and whatnot, that's it in a nutshell. I'm not running. I'm 35 fucking years old. I'm beat down. I'm invalid, but motherfuckers, I'll still fucking go. I'll keep up with the best of them. Yeah. That's a red flag. Anytime that they're sitting there, trying to taint your mind and taint your willpower, it's always a red flag. Trying to make you come back into the fold, that is a red flag. Like I said, so one thing I don't want is also the one thing that I do want, strangely enough. Their waivers are not good enough for me. So, yeah, come back, volunteer. Here's a waiver so that you don't have to do this stuff. Well, motherfuckers, the reason why we do this stuff is so that when we go over there, we come back with our soul still inside of our bodies. That's the reality of it. That's why you do the hard training. That's why you get screamed at and yelled at. It's why you get berated and broken down and then built back up. I mean, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to twiddle my fucking thumbs till fucking cows come home, really. It's most likely what's going to happen. And I hope for that. Because that means that nobody's doing it. Nobody's having to. If they've come for me, and they've come and take me to the freaking place to go and do the darn thing and whatnot, then that means they've run out of options. That's a scary thought. The military has run out of fucking options. And so they're coming to get me. Oh, fuck. That sends a shit picking chill up my spine, I tell you. I love my country. My granddad stood for this country. I don't consider myself to be any less. So, honestly, that's what I'd do. If they gave me the option of the out with a fucking draft notice sitting there, I'd look at the draft notice and I'd look at their out. And then I'd look back at the draft notice and say, here. Because the reality is, if they're coming to me, no other options. Yep. And you know why? Nobody wants to take part in this shit. Not willingly, at least. Well, yeah, nobody's stupid enough to want to go to the military. Not even me anymore. I used to be. I wanted to be. Now I don't. I just want to live. Of course, if that means that my best opportunity of living means going with the military, then that's what I'll do. I will make every effort as I can. Probably end up as a fucking private. Even though I was, according to the state of California, if they draft me, I'm supposed to be drafted as specialist because of my skill sets. Not because of my level of training or any of that shit. It's specifically because of my skill sets. I have 2 specific skill sets that the military would be interested in. I am ungodly good with a rifle. And I can drive everything that's got wheels and some things without. Yeah. And you wonder why that is. They've taken guys out of the fucking prisons to go into the military. So, like I said, if they come in for me, they have run out of options. I got no qualms carrying a rifle and doing what they need me to do. £100 a year. Sure. Just so long as I ain't having to lift it over my head. I can't do that no more. Least ways not for more than about like 5-6 seconds. But it doesn't mean I wouldn't push myself for that 7 or 8 seconds. Doesn't mean I wouldn't push myself for that 10 seconds or that 30 seconds till I collapse. God's honest. Imagine that. Cops getting arrested for stupid shit. It happens. It does happen. Cops get arrested all the time. It's a matter of, they don't have the manpower. Not anymore. I saw this shit coming down the fucking tube way back when. I wanted to be ahead of it. I wanted to get in front of it. But that wasn't something that was acceptable. Not at the time. Now, I'll be happy. I'd be happy to, just because I try to find a way to be happy in whatever I do. Something my dad told me when I was a little bit younger. No matter what you do, no matter where you go, no matter what you are in life, you dictate your happiness. So smile, goddammit. Words my old man. Eternal wisdom, man. I'm telling you. He was a great dude. Wish y'all could have gotten to meet my dad. He was a great guy. I never included him in my videos because he didn't want to be. He didn't want to be part of my videos, so I never included him in it. But yeah, way back there in shit. I can't even remember when the first time I made a video was. I think it was like 2016 or something like that. 2015. It was right before he died. Yes, that's true. I think that was like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. They turned around and fucking pointed their asses at Biden as he drove past. It was the funniest fucking shit, man. Could you imagine being the only president in the past 100 years that the military soldiers that are supposed to line the route where you're pulling up during your inauguration, all of them turn around and face the other way. Well, not all of them. A few of them still stayed facing Biden's fucking motorcade, but God, that was fucking hilarious. I loved watching that shit. That was fucking great. Like, you got to be fucking shitting me. That is comedy. 100% comedy. Like, these motherfuckers, they straight up fucking said, dude, fuck you. And turned around the other way. I thought that was excellent. Tell you what, though, I would have much rather been a Marine or Navy. At least, you know, as far as being a grunt's concerned, but Army's where it's at, I guess. Yeah. Got fucking deleted from the internet for fake news, right? But there's these people actually were doing it on their cell phones. And anybody who knows anything about cell phones, you can't deep fake that shit. It just cannot be deep fake. That's like, there's a reason behind it. It's so that it could be utilized as court evidence. So, you know, that software it's not compatible with cell phones. Just they fucking turned around, man. They were like, fuck this guy. Honest to God truth. It was great. It was one of my favorite fucking moments in all of fucking independent press history. Like, yeah. Like, fuck you, bro. Yeah, I think probably gonna end up having to shave this year. It's gonna end up happening fairly soon, regardless of draft notice or U.S. Army military police coming to pick my ass up so you can go to Tillamook or something. A lot fucking more likely I'm just going to end up shaving my beard. Because this thing gets in the way. It does. Oh, yeah. In Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, they actually they had, what is that? U.S. Army 3rd? I can't remember correctly. I think I saw that video in passing, sort of thing. Like, I wasn't paying attention. And it wasn't that big of a deal to me because at that point I was so pissed about Biden's dumbassery. I was like, yeah, fuck it. I don't care anymore. You know? I think it was one of the third that literally just fucking said, no, I'll do that for you, sir. Thank you. And the wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. I don't know. They might not even fucking draft my ass, no. In reality, they might not even fucking do it. It's probably like, Mind you, this is pure fucking fantasy. They might just say, nah, that motherfucker's too nutty. He might just actually do what he's saying he'll do and fucking run headlong into the enemy. Kill a whole bunch of the fucking enemy and make us look bad. Like I said, purely fucking fantasy. Oh yeah, who the fuck? You remember how Trump did it, right? The Marine stands there and he salutes, right? And then and Trump, being a real American, being an American who is proud of that and proud of being American, like to the point where that was his whole spiel, that was his core of, going and saying, well, fuck this bullshit, I'm going to try and fix it. Literally stopped right there when the Marine and Trump went, shook the Marine's hand, and then walked inside. Do we know the difference between a real president and a fucking tater? He's a tater. Him motherfucker's a tater. Potato. He's our potato in chief. You know what that is, right? Hey, y'all, I got something for you. Watch this. Ouch. Biden's here. He came by to say hi to y'all. Here he is. There he is, potatoes in chief. Yeah, Garth Brooks has not been at a presidential inauguration in the past. Shit, it's been years since the last time he went there before fucking Biden's dumbass. Been years. I think that the last one he was at, wasn't that Clinton? Was the last one that Garth Brooks was actually at? Just for thought. That is a fucking clown show. It's a damn circus. Oh. Alrighty then. Let's get that off the floor so I don't bend the blade before I actually get a chance to fucking cut it down proper and temper it. Knife back in its sheath. Oh. It's fucking cold here, folks. I don't know what temperature it is at your place. Just sound off in the comments what or the chat there what your temperature is locally. Locally, Where do I stick that fucking thing? I don't even know what the temperature is here. It's that fucking cold. It's like I done lost my mind. Can't even feel my fingertips. Yeah, that's funny. They actually had to tell fucking Biden where to stand. It is 43 degrees outside. Holy shit, it's cold. And I say, holy shit, it's cold, just like being that guy, but hey, Sabaton literally gave me a thumbs up for a comment that I left. That's nice. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Oh, that was really kind of you. Didn't need to do that. I'm sorry. I just saw something that Alice put up there. I think it's fucking hilarious. Stop blaming the new generation, y'all. Y'all been wilding. Yeah, no, dude, they didn't need to tell Trump at all. It's like, they wouldn't even have to tell me. And I've never been to an inauguration. I've never done more than seen one on TV. That's the way I look at it too. Is like I don't even know if it's fucking real. I live in America and I don't know if the fucking inauguration is real because I have never actually been to one. Never seen it with my own eyes. I mean, damn. Food for thought. My thoughts are eating well today. Yeah, they did not have to tell Trump. They did not have to tell anybody previous to Biden. That's why I'm sitting here like, the man is literally the oldest president in American history. And here's something absolutely fucking hilarious. I am, as of, this exact point in time, of a legal age to apply for the candidacy of the President of the United States. If I did so, of course, there, the whole, my fucking history, all the shit that I've done and gotten into trouble for or whatever, just because of what I was trying to do for Americans. All of that would be brought up and would disqualify me right out the fucking gate. But if we went past all of that shit and we just forgot about all of that shit and didn't even think about it, and I was voted in as president, I would be the youngest president in the United States history at my age. Because, do you know how old President Kennedy was? He was 39 years old. 38 when he was on the campaign trail and whatnot, but 39 years old. Amazing. I'm 4 years younger than the man was when he became president. And they put the cap limit of how young you could be as a president at 35 years old. Why? There's something right there. Woo. Too young, man. 45 is better. Okay. Pretty sure that Kennedy was 39, though. I think, honestly, that the vetting for the president should be a hell of a lot more stringent than an age cap. I'm talking political view. Okay. Not so much the majority of the United States voting base or what the fuck ever. No, I think that the president of the United States political view should be exact to the viewpoints of the founding fathers. Plain and simple. No other way around it. Specific to the viewpoints of the founding fathers. Everything else is uncivilized. And I'm 35. Just for shits and gigglies, food for thought and reference and whatnot. Yeah, I know. Have to have life experience, and you cannot be senile. You're right. And as far as what you said, Garrett, I know he's not the fucking president. He's the potatoes. He's not the POTUS. He's the potatoes. That's how that works. He is the potato in chief. He is the top tater. That's how it goes. That's all that I can say about that man, because that man is not a fucking president. Yeah, life experience. Viewpoints specific to the founding fathers. And you cannot, I repeat, cannot be some senile old man who is running around and sniffing little girls' hair on national fucking television. It's one thing if, you're sitting there kissing babies, that's one thing. It's a matter of I love the children. But, dude, that was fucking creepy. If I'm so close to somebody that I can smell their hair, what shampoo they used, I am certain that I am offending them with my body odor. Specifically because I'm a stinky motherfucker. All right. I admit it. I take a shower all the fucking time. I take showers like crazy, but I stink. It's just a reality of being me. I stink because I'm a guy and I'm a natural guy. All right. I don't use fucking deodorant. I think that shit is actually toxic and it can cause your body to fucking shut down, cause organ failure. I don't utilize, these perfumey ass soaps because I'm a guy. All right. Perfume is for women and for soy boys who can't fucking go and therefore have their own musk. Just gonna put that out there. And that is why I make sure that people are at least that far away from me. Stand, please, back about just far enough that I can't touch you with my arm putting it out here like this. Plain and simple. I don't want to be that close to you. It's nothing personal. In fact, the reality of it is that it's because I don't want you to smell me. I want you to have your personal space. You know? Yeah, I remember that. That's what I'm talking on. I don't want my beard hairs to be messing up your jacket. If I were president, I'll tell you how I'd act. One, like I said, everybody gets a gun. Everybody. We're going to negate the fucking bullshit of the ATF. Let's legalize pot while we're at it, just because, honestly, I have never seen in my life, all right, somebody smoking pot go and break into a liquor store and rob a motherfucker at gunpoint. They're too high for that shit, man. Point 3. I would build our military up. And I would, honest to God, this has been a fucking sticking point for me. It makes me fucking irate. But I would allow our veterans to have access to medical marijuana. I would allow our veterans to have that by all means, please. It's better than the fucking opiates. It's better than fucking, killing your liver with fucking 800 milligrams of Motrin every fucking time you got to turn around and fucking bend over. Oh, fuck, that makes me so mad, dude. I put it this way. If you can die for our country, fighting on the front lines, you could smoke weed, drink beer, smoke cigarettes, and buy your own guns. And I expect you to buy your own fucking guns if you're going to be out there fighting. Because that's how our country was run in the beginning. You want artillery? We'll provide that. The taxpayer dollar will provide artillery. The taxpayer dollar will provide air support. The taxpayer dollar will provide naval support. Beyond that, if you want a gun, if you want body armor, you buy it. Plain and simple. Because I want you to be not only familiar with your gun, but at the same time, I want you to have the most effective firearm that you are capable of utilizing, that you know, and that is your preferred arms. Plain and simple. I don't care what you carry into combat. It could be a fucking Rambo knife. but you're buying it. I'm not putting that on the fucking taxpayers. If you are disabled in combat, you are automatically, not you have to go through this long ass fucking rigmarole of a process, and it could take you a decade, and it, you might not even live to see it, but no, automatically you get your Social Security, you get your pension, and you get the best healthcare that we can provide. Free of charge. Because you serve this country. You took your ass and put it on the line. What makes us any less of it obligated to do it for you? Plain and simple. Not only that, but you bought your own arms. I would make militia service, not military service. Military would not be mandatory. I'll point that out right fucking now. You do not have to serve in the military. But if you do not serve in the military, you have to do at least 1 year of service as a Minuteman or militia wife. That is your job, your duty to our nation. It is to bring to you recollection and understanding of what it means to be an American. Beyond that, you don't have to. And I would help define what the militia is and what their duties are. Not just the stand to the common defense and provide for the defense of the Commonwealth. That's really fucking vague. No. You are the weaponized form of the border guard. You are the SWAT team. And I would disband the SWAT. Out fucking right. Because that could be utilized against Americans without proper due course. Would make it so that the militia is the SWAT team. That means that if you're fucking up, the people in your community are the ones who are coming to get you. There'd be a lot less people fucking up because their friends and their family are the ones that are coming to fuck their asses up. If I were to be president, I would make the act of creating a law which goes directly, a law or a rule or the suggestion of such that goes against the Constitution of the United States and what has already been written in place. I would propose a law that makes that so illegal that they would be legally allowed to drag you out in public and flog you because you are not representing the people, which is your job. I would put a cap, an absolute cap, on the pay that is allotted for Congress members. And I would put a cap on the allowed time that a Congress member may sit. Meaning you can't be part of Congress for longer than a certain amount of years. These would be laws that I would propose because that is the option, the actual ability of a president Y'all remember back when Trump tried to introduce a couple of laws as, he brought them as bills in order for the House and the Senate to vote on them. And they said, you can't do that. You can't do that. Actually, he can. That's part of being a president. So we're clear. A president can propose a law as a bill. My bills would be succinct. They would be easy to read and clear, cut, and concise so that we could get through the vote faster than you've even seen. Ever. I would put an absolute cap on spending bills. An absolute cap. To the point where if there are more than one spending bill proposed, they would negate each other. And I would make taxes voluntary. Plain and simple. Because if I'm not doing my job and Congress are not doing their job, you don't have to pay us. That's how I would run this country. My foreign policy would be very simple. I extend the hand of friendship first. But understand, motherfucker, that friendship hand, that handshake being extended to you as friendship, can be turned into the curled fist of war in a moment's notice if you attack Americans. If you try to attack our interests, if you go against the laws of the sea, free trade, I would propose a bill that makes it illegal to force somebody who is in the free market to have to pull permit in order to do their job. You don't have to pull a permit. If you do pull a permit, people are more likely to want your business because the reality is that you are trying to do things with a little bit more certification behind you. But you don't have to pull a permit. I want everybody to succeed. I want to bolster our economy, not bring it down. I would make it a mandatory thing that if you are in a vocation or a vocational educational situation, that if your students are not up to the standard that the rest of the country is, their certifications cannot be given until they show a certain amount of competence in that. Real big deal for me. If you're not competent, you don't get the certification. If you're competent, you do. It doesn't matter what your fucking politics are. I don't care. You could hate my fucking guts. I don't care. Gender studies would be outlawed. Let's be clear. There are two genders. Male and female. I don't give a shit what genetic gender crap there is. Fuck that bullshit, because the reality is that the physical gender, the ability to make a child or the ability to carry that child, belongs to two genders. Male and female. and I would instate a head of the militia, chief of staff to the militia. I would put structure to the militia. Not just the military. The military has their own structure. It's already in place. It's great. The militia, which has, to this point in time, been disorganized. Because you can't trust our government. I want to bring the trust back. I want to make it so that we can. Even though we know we shouldn't. I want to make it so that we actually can. You remember when that was the case? I remember when, I could actually trust that certain things were going to be done right. Not everything, mind you. I understood that. I back when I was a kid, I knew that wasn't going to happen. But I never in my lifetime thought that this would be this bad. I would have Congress vote to destroy the Patriot Act because it is against American citizens. Being an American citizen, you're supposed to have certain protections from the government itself. Specifically, they are not supposed to have that kind of power. I would revamp the Social Security insurance and Social Security disability insurance programs so that if you are not physically disabled or not, for that matter, mentally incapable of coherent thought or speech, that you qualify for it. All the rest, you're going to have to get a job. And I'm pretty sure that that's going to piss a lot of people off. I'd be pissed too. I mean, I am physically handicapped, but it's a reality. You don't get stronger by being fucking pandered and pampered. You're weaker. If I were president, we would have our country back. Kind of fucked up. I can never actually be president, isn't it? Yeah, something weren't right with that state of the delusion. I want to, you know what? That's what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, hold up a second. We got it. We got them. It's the state of delusion. That's the fucking, it's not the State of the Union. It's the state of delusion. That was fucking great. I love that. Holy shit. That was fucking great. The State of Delusion speech made by President or by our dictator and thief, Joseph Biden. Yeah, that's what it was. It was the State of Delusion speech. That was fucking funny. I don't give a shit who you are. That shit was funny. That was like one of those classic kind of like that was a Larry the Cable Guy moment, man. Y'all taters heard that big State of Delusion speech, right? That man was sitting there literally talking about Republicans are the ones who want to fucking stop, in a complete nutshell, Social Security. Completely. What? I don't know if you noticed this, but there's a lot of Republicans who are on Social Security. Really. There's a lot of independents who are on Social Security. Do you know why? Because they're the hardworking people in our country, and they're the ones who are likely to get hurt because of their job. You know who wants to get rid of your Social Security? The Democrats. You know why? So they got more money to spend. Fucking State of Delusion speech. It's God's honest truth is what that is. That is the state of delusion. Yeah, he didn't wear his presidential pin, did he? It's because I had it. See. It's kind of funny how that worked. I think it's fucking hilarious too. Yeah, but I had his presidential pin. It's right there. Never left my side. My daddy gave me this. I was a little younger, just before he died. Yep. Biden ain't got a presidential pin because he ain't the president. Something that's like one of those kind of gravitational moments that you just kind of sit back and go, damn. Homie just burnt the fuck out of him. Yep. Biden ain't the president. You are. All right, brother. You have a good one, Majik. And yes, I'm going to call you Majik because I think that shit's funny. God bless Mad Shad. Big time shout out to Mad Shad because he's the one that brought that to my attention. Like, I love that. I love the way he says your name because I think it's funny. Yeah. He comes out with that presidential pin on every now and then. But it's not real. It really isn't real. You know how I know? Let me show you. I'll pull this thing off again. His pin doesn't say the important thing that it's supposed to. This one does. Although it's faded and beat up. Let freedom ring. He wears the American flag one. Just like everybody who is in Congress. The presidential pin says, "Let freedom ring," and it's a bell. Just like the one you see on my chest. Biden is not our president. I'm not our president. I just happen to be my own president. A little different. But the reality is just the same. I'm my own president because I chose to not be ruled by others. I am not part of the company. I'm an American. Yes, Trump's was different from Biden's, wasn't it? Kind of cool, wasn't it? Trump's had two flags crossed. I saw it too. But you know what's funny? That wasn't the only one he had. The one that was like this one. You know where that one sat? If you ever saw him when he was sitting in the Oval Office, it's right there on his desk. Okay. It's actually stuck to a folded card on his desk. He never put it on. President Trump never put that pin on. Something to think about. Makes me kind of sad, you know. Yep. Same pin Congress wears. Same pin Congress wears. Food for thought. I'm not saying I'm the president. I'm not. I'm actually not the president. Guarantee you I'm not the president. Because if I was the president, there'd be some fix-its going on right now. One, some of those dumbass fucking laws that they're trying to pass would be vetoed outright. Not only would they be vetoed outright, they would be utilized for suit against these people for an act of treason. I noticed. I noticed. Talk about something that makes me mad, and motherfuckers are like, well, we're going to do this in one of the most inappropriate places to show our solidarity. And motherfuckers, you want to show solidarity, that's fine out in public, going around, walking around in the public and meeting people and, dealing with foreign dignitaries and whatnot, fine. In the White House, in the Capitol building, that shit comes off. Because you do not represent Ukraine, you represent America. Specifically, your little piece of it. Specifically, the people in that little piece of it. Not Ukraine. You want to show solidarity with Ukraine, that's fine. Okay? I'd like to show solidarity with Great Britain. I'd like to show solidarity with Canada. I'd like to show solidarity with Mexico. I'd like to show solidarity with Texas. But in the halls of Congress, Texas is the only pin that's allowed because it's an American state. Take that shit off. It's unbecoming. And it's irritating to say the least. Absolutely right. That shit was never the case under Trump. And honestly, the only thing that I really even had an issue with was that Trump was like, yeah, well, bump stocks are bad and they shouldn't be used. I was like, regardless of whether or not the fact remains that they're fucking a waste of ammunition, if a man wants a fucking bump stock for his rifle, he should be allowed to have a bump stock for his rifle. It's a furnishment for a firearm. Plain and simple. It's the only thing that I had aught with him for. Like, bro, you're in America. See, one of the only fucking no-nos there is. Don't touch our guns. My dog, my guns, my wife, and my mama. Matter of fact, for some of us, you might be able to have my wife. Yeah, that was all part of the bump stock bullshit. Like the red flags, warp speed red flag, fucking no due, take the guns first, no due process second. All of that was what I had aught with him for. That's the one thing I had aught with him for. And I consider it all one thing. Because it was all against one amendment. And only one. That's why I couldn't do it. I was like, no, I got to speak out about this. I got to say something. Because it ain't right. You say you represent me. You say you represent Americans. I try to be the quintessential American every day in my life. Because that's who I am. I mean, everything else, water under the fucking bridge. Really. Make America great again. Yes, please. That was my fucking standby. I was like, yes, please make America great again. I want to see it. Make America that mighty force that it was back in World War II. Make America that great place that it was to be back in the 1790s, the 1820s. That place of growth. Instead, we got handed something from Trump, and I was kind of like, nope. Kind of makes me a little leery about him this year. But hey, he is the man who let me literally, he gave me a second chance after I did something incredibly fucking stupid. Whereas on anybody else's property, I would end up getting shot for it, trespassing. He didn't have me shot. So, he gave me the opportunity to turn my life around, be a better man in that one instance. And I appreciate him for it, and I respect him for it. But the buck stops there. We're all Americans. We all have to do our thing. If you're going to be the president of the United States, you have to do the right thing. Act according to as you would expect an American to act. Banning guns is not that case. Banning furnishments for a gun is not that case. I cannot respect a man who would go against the principles that were laid down in the Constitution. Cannot. I wish all to God's green that I could announce my candidacy for president. So I'd turn this shit to fuck around and put it on a 180 on its ear. Guarantee you that. I'd be introducing so many different fucking laws they wouldn't know what to do with themselves. It'd be a Republican's wet dream. Hell, it'd be an independent's fucking absolute wet dream and a Democrat's nightmare. Well, DeSantis is obviously saying the right stuff for the most part, but he's a fucking politician, a career politician at that. When a politician opens their mouth and their lips are moving, you can be assured that they are lying every time. Lying about something. They want you to hear them. They want you to do what they say. They want you to listen to them. They want to have your backing. So they will say what your itching ears wish to hear. But their words are as poison as they roll across forked tongue. An issue from lying lips. Words of Christ, literally. I mean, like I said, I would blow people's minds if I was a president. We would experience either the greatest years of American history, or I would get absolutely no help from the Democrats, some help from the Republicans, and I'd have the independents on my side. I know that much. Because this is literally what the independent party says. It's their party line. The constitutional independents are literally on this party line. This is what they say. And I know this because I am one. I am a constitutional independent. Or independent constitutionalist, really. That's literally what the party line is. Everybody gets a gun. Everybody. You're old enough to be able to lift the fucking thing. You get to learn how to use it, and you get to learn how to respect it. You learn to never point it at something that you don't want to fucking destroy. Let me just put this into perspective for you. There's my guns. You'll notice something. They're air guns, but they are pointed that direction. They're not laying on their sides, pointed it off in some weird ass fucking direction where they might shoot through a wall. No, they're pointed up. They're pointed up specifically into one of the most dense portions of the ceiling here. It's because I grew up with guns. Yeah, no, he's a Republican. He invited a Democrat. It's two sides of the same fucking coin. And they're both just as filthy. But the independents are the shiny new penny that nobody wants to look at because apparently it's not worth as much as the freaking quarter that's nasty and grubby. Go figure. So, and Hoosiers, that was this has been a 5.5 hour fucking rant from hell, and I have enjoyed every last moment of it. It's been great. I tell you what. To put it in the words of Frredom on TV, he's a YouTuber here. If you haven't seen him, go and check him out. He's kind of funny. But to put it into the words of Frredom on TV, I tell you what, I tell you true. If I were the president of the United States of America, I would turn this country around and make it a better place. So if you want to, and you decide that you are going to go and vote this year, and you want to go and write something in that is not one of the candidates that are on the ballot, then you go ahead and you write in my name, because I certainly would be proud to stand to that. I put my word on it. I stand by it. So, y'all have yourselves a good old time and a good day. I will see you laters taters out there in the old doobly-doos and the roundabouts. And yeah, a vote for Blaine is a vote that gets taken away from these fucking career politicians. This has been Ye Old Guardsman and motherfuckers, I am out.